Welcome to the Hill's AI in America Summit. Please turn your attention to the main stage. Our program is about to begin. Going to video.
Trusted, credible, nonpartisan. The Hill's unbiased news and analysis on policy and politics is delivered straight to the halls of Congress with unparalleled engagement in the Beltway and beyond. As artificial intelligence reshapes every facet of society, what will it take to build a future where American innovation thrives safely, fairly, and competitively? The Hill stays on the pulse of what's next in AI. Welcome to the Hill's AI in America Summit.
Please welcome Bill Salmon, SVP of Editorial Content at The Hill.
Thank you. Welcome. My name is Bill Salmon. I do work at The Hill, and I'm so delighted to welcome you to The Hill's inaugural AI in America Summit. You know, like a lot of people, my feelings about AI are perhaps a little complicated. On the one hand, I increasingly find myself turning to AI for help on any number of projects, not just at work, but also at home. And I generally find the results to be quite helpful. On the other hand, a small part of me can't help but worry a little bit about the potential downsides of AI, or dare I say even the potential dangers of AI. Let me give you an example. The other day, I told my AI it was getting too smart. Within about a millisecond or two, it responded, "That sounds like a you problem, Bill." No, full disclosure, I stole that joke from ChatGPT. So, in other words, I went to AI and I asked AI for a joke about AI for a conference about AI. It was, I'm not proud of that, but it was a very meta moment. All joking aside, though, look, the people in this room understand better than anybody else. AI is obviously rapidly transforming just about everything, right? Every facet of society, from education to healthcare, national security to workplace dynamics. And as a result, governments and companies are really scrambling to keep up with the pace of innovation. And by the way, they're also grappling with how best to mitigate the risks, all of which has sort of led the United States to really a defining moment in the development of artificial intelligence. And it comes down to the question of whether are we going to lead the global conversation, or will we end up following rules set by others? And if we do lead the global conversation, what will it take to build a future in which American innovation can really thrive? And again, as the video said, fairly, safely, competitively. Well, we are going to endeavor to answer these and other questions at today's AI Summit. And by the way, if you're following along on social media, we encourage everybody to do so. You can use the hashtag #TheHillTech. I'll repeat that, hashtag #TheHillTech. At this point, I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank our sponsors, Climate Power and Aurora Tech, for their very generous support in making today's program possible. With that, let's get this summit started with two very special people. The first is veteran technology and business reporter Michal Levram, and the second is former Congressman Garrett Graves, who just so happens to be the co-chair of the AI Infrastructure Coalition, which basically is an organization that brings together companies from all the different layers of the AI tech stack. So let's give a warm welcome to Michal and to Congressman Graves. And again, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Congressman.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. So I want to dive right in. You co-chair the newly launched AI Infrastructure Coalition, and part of the mandate, part of what you're advocating here is for basically every layer of the AI tech stack. That is a tall order. There's a lot that goes into it. So I want to just start by asking you, where do you begin? How do you prioritize your work?
Look, it's a great question. You just heard a joke that came off of ChatGPT. My wife the other day was trying to figure out what color couch to get and literally loaded it in ChatGPT to figure out what color couch that would fit into the interior of the house. This is something that just, it impacts every single person's life, whether you use it to help you out with finding routes through traffic, whether it helps you with weather prediction. It is amazing how much it touches every single person's life. And so, in terms of prioritizing, it's identifying both the obstacles and opportunities that can ensure that American tech can prevail, that we can have an amazing American AI industry that doesn't just benefit the personal lives of Americans, but those all around the world.
Okay. It's been reported that some of the member companies in the coalition include Google, Microsoft, Cisco, but there are also companies reportedly, again, like PG&E, Duke Energy, QTS, which operates data centers. Those are very different sorts of companies that are coming together, again, kind of in the name of the full stack. Can you talk a little bit about just some of the common themes that you're hearing from those different industries?
Sure. So I think it's really important to put this in perspective. So this isn't just about ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini and some of the technology that's based just here. This truly is a global issue. And we're up against largely China, which is out there as an authoritarian regime that doesn't have respect for the environment or intellectual property rights or personal property rights, human rights. And so it is ensuring that we have policies in the United States that can allow us to compete. We have better technology in the United States, but if we're held back by government regulation, that could, the weak link in the chain, you talk about the utilities to the hyperscalers, to the financiers, to the innovators. If we have one weak link in the chain, it's going to undermine the entire American AI industry. It's going to prevent these companies from being able to progress, from being able to achieve maximum potential. And let me say it again, this is all about some of the amazing opportunity that this can provide for individuals' lives.
And you're adding additional companies to the coalition, correct?
We are. The coalition grows every week and just continuing to get more and more diverse folks because, as you know, AI is not limited to a computer industry. It literally affects all Americans' lives.
Talk a little bit about where the U.S. is in this race, and especially, as you look at it holistically through this lens of all of the different parts, the different parties that you just described that need to come together in order to really make this happen. Where do we stand currently? How do we stack up against China?
Sure. Well, the good news is that our technology is superior. Our chips, our large language models, I think the United States has superior technology today. But as you pointed out, the diversity of the stack, and I'm going to use this term again, any weak link is going to prevent us from moving forward. So for example, as we sit here and go through, and you can pick a number, we've gone through 20 years of stagnant electricity, we've gone through 40 years of stagnant electricity, and you can largely justify anything in that range. China's gone out and built coal-fired power plants. They've gone out and built energy generation facilities all over the place without regard, I'll say it again, to the environment and other considerations. In the United States, if we've been stagnant for 20 years or 40 years, and all of a sudden we've got to increase electricity generation, this is really challenging muscle memory. It's challenging our regulatory environment. And also I'm going to make note of something. Look, I'm not going to get into politics, but I will tell you, we went from a Obama energy policy to a Trump energy policy, to a Biden energy policy, to a Trump energy policy. This doesn't provide stability or predictability. These are radical changes. And what's really important is we stay focused on things like math and science to guide our energy policy, because that is one of the biggest challenges that we have that I think is going to hold us back if we don't get permitting and energy down pat.
You mentioned the different administrations and different energy policies. Where do you see, without getting too political, as you said, but where do you see as the kind of the common denominators, the bipartisan areas where there is agreement and there is an opportunity, a chance to move forward with more stability?
Well, so the good news in the energy space is that if you really start looking at math and science, and you can look at what the International Energy Agency released a report basically saying that even though in the short term it's likely we're going to have to use baseload power like natural gas and complementing renewables, complementing nuclear and other technologies, but that the AI technology itself, through a feedback loop, they're saying within 8 to 10 years you could actually reduce electricity generation and emissions. So we can actually find ourselves on a trajectory to where we can improve reliability, improve affordability, improve environmental impacts, improve conservation by actually investing in the technology now. So I really think we have to look at this like an investment, something that, gosh, I've got to cut this check today, but that within a very limited period of time, you're going to see those returns that are going to more than pay off.
You mentioned the technological dominance and power that we have when it comes to parts of the stack. Where are some other areas where you think the U.S. can lead when it comes to AI in the future?
Well, look, there's no doubt that as I mentioned earlier, that the chips, the semiconductors, I think that we have the dominant technology today. Some other areas where I think there are huge opportunities are in some of the fiber, the communications. I think in some of the transmission related to energy, looking at reconductoring, and coming back to energy again. I really want to double tap on this issue what the IEA brought up. Right now, China's out there just indiscriminately, as I mentioned, largely building coal-fired power plants. And I think that we have the opportunity to lead on energy conservation and efficiency efforts. What is the right portfolio? How do you manage these generation facilities? How do you manage transmission? And I think it's another area that could go well beyond just the sort of data center AI space into literally every sector of the economy in the United States and around the world, and really giving us another huge leadership opportunity.
What about some of the other threats that you see to the tech stack currently?
Look, the threats are profound. I often look at this, and you've heard people call this a race. You've heard people call this a Cold War. And I think those are accurate terms. I think a lot about the fact that you think about the courage of someone like George Washington. You think about the sacrifice of some of the veterans in different battles that have fought for our freedom, that have allowed us to have this amazing Bill of Rights that is second to none. And we take those things for granted. But the reality is, let's take DeepSeek, for example. The Chinese technology came out. When you searched Tiananmen Square, when you asked about capitalism versus communism, when you asked about free markets, when you asked about freedom of speech, all of those things you were given discriminatory answers. You were given answers that really challenged those great things, that didn't give accurate answers about Tiananmen Square. And so when you think about the future, where the threats are, in my opinion, all of the sacrifice that so many have made for us, and we're putting those things at risk. American values are being put at risk. And that's what I'm most concerned about long term. Now, look, you can absolutely get into economic models and how the country that prevails in this war will be the dominant economy, will have the dominant military, will have the dominant cybersecurity, national security. So the threats are profound. I do not think that we should understate how profound this is. This is a huge deal. We've got to get it right. We've all got to come together and can't allow politics to move in a populist direction that undermines U.S. dominance here.
By the way, just to follow up on something you said about the Chinese models, there were and are still some criticisms of American models having bias in them. Is that something that the coalition is thinking about looking at?
Michal, I appreciate you bringing that up. It's important that, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you we've gotten everything perfectly. We haven't. We've made mistakes, and we're going to continue to. But ensuring that we get accuracy and eliminate bias out of the models is something that's very important. And as you know, there are numerous models that are out there today. And I think if consumers, if folks that are using these models, if they're finding the bias, if they're finding inaccurate information, then those models are not going to continue advancing. They're not going to prevail. And I think it's safe to say that some of the companies today that are out there in the AI space aren't going to make it. And I think it's really important. I think there's a huge motivation for companies to get it right and to ensure that the bias is not incorporated into their outputs.
Another stated priority of the coalition, in addition to AI dominance and the full stack, as we said, is to create high-quality jobs, to have an eye towards jobs in America. There is a lot of concern from both parties right now that AI is going to do just the opposite. So talk to us about just how you look at this, how you view job creation. Obviously, in any technological transformation, there's an era of disruption, there are new jobs created, but we're in this period where it's not clear what those new jobs will be, so not the full extent of them at least. So give us a bit of a just riff on how you are thinking about it currently.
Sure. So look, let's be realistic. Taking a step back, how many times have you heard this technology is going to eliminate jobs? It's going to ruin these different industries. You had different books that were written saying that all these jobs are going to be lost through computers, through internet, and other things, and none of it has manifested. Are things going to change? Do we need to pay attention to this? Absolutely. But the reality is that today, Yale did an analysis looking at when ChatGPT was created and looking at job impacts today, and they said there's no discernible disruption that's occurred. Contrary to the loss of jobs, World Economic Forum did an analysis that said that you're going to have a net gain of 78 million jobs, 78 million jobs as a result of AI. Today, you have hundreds of thousands of people that are employed by data centers, and in fact, multiple times the number of workers that are in the entire U.S. auto industry today. I'll say it again. You have more workers, multiple times more workers working in AI data centers than you do in the entire U.S. auto sector. And so this is an opportunity for us, and it's another reason why the United States has to lead. Now, do we ignore this? No, because I do think that you are going to see new job sectors and opportunities open up. But I think that this is going to be an opportunity for U.S. workers to actually gain higher compensation, to gain better jobs. But we've got to pay close attention to it. We have to make sure we're investing in training in the right areas, and we have to ensure that this sky is falling mentality it is not allowed to get traction because it's simply not accurate based upon history and based upon what we're seeing today.
You bring up a good point, reskilling, training. It's something that's been very hard to do at scale, and obviously lots of companies, public and private sector, have tried to do this. What are you hearing from the member companies in the coalition? How are they approaching it?
Yeah.
They have to do this themselves, by the way. It's not like all tech workers are, poised for this era either themselves.
That's one of the coolest things that I've seen is I've seen companies making investments in community and technical colleges, in four-year colleges and other training programs themselves because they want to make sure that they're helping to create and inform this pipeline of workers. And so, yes, they are making investments themselves, working with the different educational institutions around the United States to make sure. And this isn't just out there folks who are actually involved in AI and building large language models. This is, hey, look, we need people that can go out there and build transmission lines and people that can go build power plants and things like that. It is remarkable. In fact, right in my hometown, we have a massive industrial contracting company that is hiring thousands and thousands of people to go out there and go build these data centers. So just making sure that we have the workforce of the future that is with the right pipeline to have them ready to go when we need them.
Okay. What do you see as the most urgent call to action? Like the one thing that we should all be thinking about doing right now, the one thing maybe you want the White House, Congress to be doing right now to best position the U.S. for AI? Yeah,
so look, I think just kind of setting the table, and I made reference to this earlier, but I want to highlight it again. This isn't just the United States out there doing this all by itself. There is a global race that is occurring. And so the first thing is we've got to calibrate ourselves to what's going on globally. I'm going to say it again. China is out there with an entirely different set of rules, and we've got to make sure that we acknowledge that. Secondly, look, you've heard a lot of states going out there and talking about writing laws in different states to put different restrictions in place, which, look, I want to be crystal clear. We need sideboards on the technology, but that is why we have the Federal Trade Commission. That is why we have the Federal Communications Commission. That is why we have the EPA for the environment and many, many other agencies out there. The conversation that's going on right now, could you imagine a scenario where an airplane that is flying from New York to California was told that when you're flying over New York, you have to comply with these standards and use this type of fuel. But when you fly over Illinois, you have to do this. And when you fly over Iowa, you've got to have this technology. And when you get over to Nevada, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And it's as simple as something as personal. Even if I'm using a retailer in my home state of Louisiana, and they're using a charge system that then sends the charge, the financial information from my credit cards in New York, you can't have a different set of rules along the way. So we've got to have uniform standards. And let me just reiterate something. Do we need sideboards? Yes, but that's why we have all of these federal agencies that are in place today. We need a uniform standard if we're going to prevail. And what is at risk is American values, American economy, American security. All of those things are at risk if we don't get this right.
Well, Congressman Graves, I know you're just a few weeks into the official launch of the coalition, so appreciate you being with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Julia Shapiro, the Hill's technology reporter, to the stage in conversation with Claire Bresnahan English, Senior Director of the Workplace Innovation Now, or WIN, Challenge at the Aspen Institute.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for joining me. So to start out, for those who aren't familiar, can you talk a little bit about your work with Workplace Innovation Now and the challenge that you guys are doing?
Yes, so thank you for having me. It's an exciting and actually really critical time to have this conversation because you'll hear over and over again, but I think it's worth just us absorbing is how much workplaces are transforming rapidly at lightning speed, and AI is only accelerating this change. And the really profound complication that we're grappling with in this deep dive is that while all of our roles, the very nature of work, our workplaces are evolving quickly like sand underneath our feet. Women are still facing historic barriers and burdens and really outdated biases that are holding them back, and you're having this compounding nature of work. And so we really need a moment for bold ideas to look at how we can make sure that we're not stagnating in this moment, we're actually modernizing. So Aspen Digital, which is a program of the Aspen Institute, and Pivotal, a group of organizations founded by Melinda French Gates, launched the Workplace Innovation Now Challenge, the WIN Challenge. And we are putting major dollars and investments into big, bold ideas that are going to help women thrive, but everyone win in this rapidly changing workplace. And we've got 3 key pillars of our work. First is improving workplace culture and practices. The second is shifting the narrative on what success looks like and what leadership looks like. And thirdly, what's the potential and impact of AI? And we're excited today to talk to folks because it's not just the grant competition that's really important for this work. It's the fact that every single person needs to be able to have the awareness that we're in a moment where we can't just have one demographic shaping and training AI. We need as many approaches as possible if we're going to actually reach true innovation.
Yeah, definitely. And one of those key pillars, as you mentioned, is AI. Why is it important to focus on AI as part of this challenge, and why did you choose it as one of those 3 key pillars?
Well, first of all, of course, we can't talk about workplace innovation now if we're not engaging in AI, of course. But I want to actually share 2 pretty staggering stats with you. First of all is that Harvard has come out with research that shows a major adoption gap. So women are 22% less likely to use AI skills in the workplace. And I just want to pause because we hear a lot of stats. That 22% gap can actually be quite catastrophic. You're talking about the skills that are required to not only just thrive, but to survive this major transformation. And so you're talking about half of the population not being prepared to be able to succeed in this era. And then you're also talking about the lack of innovation and opportunities and productivity that could happen in our businesses and our economy. Secondfold, it's about even looking at how you get your foot in the door. So we know that about 99% of Fortune 500 companies are using some type of AI automation in their hiring practices. What does this mean? University of Washington just came out with research that shows that in the study, participants would very much believe and tend to defer to AI models, even when they're intentionally designed to be biased. So there's essentially what this means is that folks are essentially deferring and thinking of AI as objective when it's not, right? Technology is never neutral. It depends on what's the data and who are the people that are building it. And so it's really important also to look at the hiring rates and how this is a moment of where essentially every career step from the beginning to the very upper echelons of leadership are somehow having AI filter through how you even get your foot in the door. And this is around every sector, okay? This is about whether you're in a factory in Augusta, Georgia, or you're in an office in Phoenix, Arizona. This isn't just happening on Silicon Valley campuses. And so this is a critical moment that we're looking at how we're shaping not only how you get your foot in the door, but also what's the entire career trajectory. And this isn't, of course, this is about designing the needs for women, but when you design workplaces with women in mind, you're going to create better workplaces for everyone.
Yeah, and what are you hoping to see from some of these applicants and grant winners as part of the challenge in the AI space specifically?
Yeah. So I know we can talk about the barriers and the challenges all day long, but like, what are we doing? What are really the solutions that we're hearing? And right now, we're in the middle of our open call for our grant competition, but I think what's really exciting is looking at how can AI really address a couple of areas. One is, I'm curious, is anyone here in the sandwich generation? You got maybe kids you're taking care of, you got elder care, yeah. This is something that affects all of us. What if we had AI tools that are helping us manage our caregiving responsibilities, syncing up all of the mental load? So often caregivers are like the COO of their family networks, and we often disregard how much of a mental load that takes. To be able to free that up and to be able to focus on your next career trajectory and career steps or how you're innovating in your workplace would be incredible. Also looking at how AI can really shape an ability to be able to look at salary discrepancies and from a slightly more objective point of view. We're also looking at how AI can still address sexual harassment and barriers that women are facing as well.
So in the context of AI and automation, what is the risk that these tools, which are coming about and entering our lives very rapidly, could widen the gaps, that women have experienced in the workplace? And, how are you hoping to address that, or how can we use these to maybe narrow those gaps instead?
Yeah, I know that part of our work is embracing the inherent challenge and tension that the very tool that we're hoping breaks down barriers for women could actually be exacerbating it. The fact that if you look at that adoption gap, if you look at the fact that so many women are still not maybe necessarily training AI itself or actually building the policies of how it's being used in the workplace, there's an approach here where we have algorithms just kind of passively keeping the status quo. So I think that's just in terms of the most challenges I think we are worried about the most. Secondfold, I'd say that there's this element of wanting to be able to make sure there's a human element, and I'd really want to uplift the fact that so often there's so much research that comes out about women's incredible emotional intelligence and EQ that they bring to the workplace. This could be also a moment of where those skill sets and those talents are actually what's most needed in this technological revolution.
Mm-hmm. In terms of AI and the workforce, I think the conversation that we've seen a lot over the past year especially is, what impact this technology is going to have on the workforce overall. There's been a lot of discussions about, does this displace jobs? Does it just boost jobs? How does it change those dynamics? What do you see as the future of AI in the workforce, and how do you see that changing over the coming years?
I'd say that it's important to have a measured approach of excited about the opportunity while being aware of the threats and challenges, or even what the Congressman was talking about. I'd say that there's an element here to be really excited about how it can also address dynamics like the broken run. McKinsey's done research on this really profound dynamic of where women, I'd be curious if anyone's willing to raise their hand, I will, have faced impossible trade-offs when it comes to caregiving responsibilities, personal obligations, and the work and the hours that are required to be able to maximize in your career. Even myself, I've come from a nonprofit executive CEO background. When I had 2 little kiddos, and my second pregnancy was an intense, really complicated pregnancy that had me in the hospital for about a month. There was just no way to be able to sustain a CEO level job at that when the kiddos are little. So looking at how AI can help transform your workload is huge. I mean, truly, if anyone here is managing caregiving, I'm not just talking about little kids. It could be elder care, it could be siblings, whatever community responsibilities you were standing up for. If you could think about the ability for AI to be a place where it is opening up some blank space in your work-life balance. I mean, we're looking for every single minute we can get and squeeze out of not just our 9 to 5, but when you're logging back in at 8 p.m. to midnight, if we can get as much productivity while also looking at how we're shaping the very tools that we want to build, I think that's incredibly exciting. Second fold, I'm going to come back to, I know it's a topic that not a lot of folks want to discuss, but harassment. Research that's done by Pivotal has shown that 1 in 5 young women, so 18 to 25 years old, still see sexual harassment as a major career barrier. That's not just only heartbreaking, that's ridiculous. When you're starting out your career, you need to be focusing on how you're able to work towards making it towards the next project. You don't need to be able to have that on your mind. And so there's an element here of where we're also we're getting some really exciting applications coming in that are solutions that look at how can you address trends from a systemic background too. And I'd say just stay tuned. We'll have our awardees announced in the fall of 2026 to be able to share more on that front.
We'll have to keep an eye out for those. More specifically, I mean, you've mentioned some of those examples. What are some other, innovative uses of AI that you are most looking forward to seeing in the workplace, and what are some potential uses that maybe have you worried?
I'd say I'll start with the worries, is that it is going back to this piece around automation and hiring and the ability for algorithms to filter through possibilities. So if to make this real, think about if you have hiring data that's trained on salary rates for the past 20 years, if you have the data that's trained on the traits of what a typical leader or person in that role looks like, it could look like a really specific demographic. And therefore, then the data is just trained to look for and filter through individuals that just reflect the data that it's given of the ideal candidate. And so to break this down, it's not just a us versus them. I really want to not lean into this zero-sum assumption that if men succeed, women don't, or if women succeed, men don't. This is a sense of where we're at a point where we need to fully embrace the fact that if we want to innovate, if we want to modernize, we cannot have just one perspective in forming our product development. The actual uses of AI within your workforce, the actual ways that you're being able to provide more services for your clients. There's a sense of where we have got to get out of this box thinking and to understand that to truly innovate, it's going to come from really unexpected places. And if you have a filter coming through, you're going to miss out on innovation. You're going to also really miss out on some competitive advantage. I think that's really crucial to understand. What I'm most excited about is what we're hearing through is really how also leaders are upskilling and reskilling their staff and their workplaces. The Congressman touched on this a little bit in terms of what are the opportunities and being able to, we know, I mean, if there's any millennials or Gen Zers, we know we're going to have to pivot in our careers about 1 billion times before we reach retirement. So I'm actually really excited to hear about the reskilling and upskilling roles that are projects that are happening either internal in a workplace or organizations that are focused on that to make sure folks are ready for the career pivots that they're going to have to do.
Mm-hmm. And, even though AI seems to be everywhere these days, workplaces, the cultures, the practices sometimes lag behind these technological changes. It takes time for people to integrate this into their work, especially in a really productive way. What kinds of cultural shifts or maybe changes in management practices do you think we need to see in order to help, integrate this technology into the workplace?
Well, to go back to in terms of cultural practices around the broken run, so that the trade-offs, the decisions and possible choices that women and caregivers need to make along their whole careers, it's thinking about what are the tools and practices that actually normalize a narrative around flexible work. I know there's a lot of conversation right now about return to work mandates. We can all have a glass of wine about that later. But there is this sense about really having AI provide the structure, not just tools, but the structures to be able to have more flexible work environments. I think there's also an exciting element around shifting the narrative of what success looks like. That there's a lot of conversations out there in terms of putting effort in and having your office time, or I'm trying to be diplomatic, your butt in the seat versus whether or not you're actually contributing and how you're thinking about innovation. I think there's an element here where the actual use of AI can actually, not only the technology can shift, what I'm talking about here is the narrative change in our expectations of what success looks like and what it really means to be contributing. The fact that there's so much, I think, that's exciting in this conversation about the human element. What is uniquely human? At Aspen Digital, we talk a lot about what is the human side of technology, and there is an actual exciting way of where, like I mentioned earlier, is that the nature of tech being able to help us all free up to be a little bit more human at work.
Definitely. Well, I think we're about at time, so I just wanted to see any closing thoughts on the role of AI in the workforce and what it means for women in the role.
I think I would love to leave you with the central vision here is worth repeating. The fact that when we design workplaces with the needs of women in mind, you're creating better workplaces for everyone. You're creating a better world for families. You're creating a better world for our economy. And that we cannot miss this moment. We cannot sleepwalk into this next era. I really encourage everyone to wake up and to understand that you can seize this moment. This challenge is open to nonprofits, but if you're an entrepreneur or a business, we encourage folks to pair up with a nonprofit. We have applications open through the beginning of January, but if you're looking to apply, we need you to register by December 11th. And what I'll also leave with you is that you are leaders within your workplaces. Think about how you are training the data. How are you building the policies and the guidance, giving people really clear guidance and encouraging them to explore, and then understanding where the guardrails, where they can't. We were talking about this, about where can you really explore with using AI on your own. And I'd also just encourage you to shift the narrative and to expect that there is this essence of that when women can succeed, we all win. Thank you.
We'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Now please welcome Mihal back to the stage to talk about energizing the next frontier of AI with Fred Thiel, CEO of Mara.
Okay. So Mara has historically been focused on Bitcoin mining, digital asset infrastructure. Explain to us what that has to do with AI.
So the biggest challenge to AI today is land and power. If you don't have energy, you can't have AI data centers. There are thousands and thousands of NVIDIA GPUs that somebody has paid for that are ready to go, just waiting for the power utilities to turn on power. And in some cases, they're going to have to wait a year, maybe more. And we believe, as a Bitcoin miner, one of the key inputs to what we do is low-cost energy. And you can see more and more of our peers focused on converting their Bitcoin mining operations into essentially operating HPC AI data centers. And we believe that owning energy is key to this convergence of electrons and intelligence. And we believe that sitting at that nexus, right, that convergence point where electrons meet intelligence is a very strategic place, because there will always be a need for more electricity in this country. There are discussions, if you listen to the people at X.AI, NVIDIA, et cetera, that we likely will need hundreds of gigawatts of additional power capacity over the next decade on an annual basis. That energy, renewable energy is very low cost, but it's intermittent energy, and so you need different forms of energy. Natural gas is a great source for it. Nuclear is a great source for it. So we believe owning energy assets and operating data centers that are hybrids, where you can do Bitcoin mining, you can do AI, you can do HPC, you can run other workloads. And the most important thing that is developing around AI is data sovereignty. Every nation in the world today views their data as a sovereign asset. They do not want to put their data in a Google or Microsoft cloud or AWS. They want it running in their geography. They want to control the data. Because if you think about AI, what makes AI valuable is the data you feed it and the insights you get from it. And so data sovereignty, the ability to operate data centers within your sovereign territory, leveraging your low-cost energy, that's essentially what we do.
So are there already examples, effective examples of this kind of hybrid Bitcoin mining AI models? And can you walk us through what that actually looks like?
Yeah, so essentially you can think of a data center like a real estate developer would look at building an office building, right? How are you going to configure that building? Are you going to have some apartments? Are you going to have offices? Are you going to have retail? How are you going to use that space? A data center works the same way. Our approach is you want to maximize the value of the electrons you're going to put in. Bitcoin mining is a great flexible load, meaning you can use the excess energy that exists in the grid. And according to a study that Duke University did earlier this year, the US has more than enough electricity to power all its AI needs for the next few years, provided that load was flexible, which means you can shut it off when the grid needs the energy. That's something Bitcoin mining is especially good at. It's what we do in Texas, across the country, up through North Dakota, in Europe, and in the Middle East, where we balance the grid using Bitcoin. If you now start adding AI to it, you can optimize workloads so that when it is feasible to run AI, inference AI predominantly, not training workloads, which really require 5 nines uptimes, but inference AI, then now you can have a higher margin per megawatt, if you would. Right? So you start optimizing. And over time, what will happen is data centers will use Bitcoin mining as a way to consume the last electrons that AI is not using.
Okay, and this is attractive to Bitcoin miners because it's basically providing
It's a higher margin business. You know, the Bitcoin mining, as we call it, it's a little bit of it's a challenging business because every 4 years, what we essentially get paid in Bitcoin terms is halved. And so we're constantly chasing, how do we get lower cost energy? How do we make our systems more efficient? Which is really good if you're going into the AI business. And the expectation is that in the world of AI, your commodity is cost per token or cost per insight. And people want to continually chase lower and lower cost per insight because if your insights are inexpensive, it means you're going to use a lot of them. And those of you who've heard of Johan's paradox means as the cost of something decreases, its utilization goes up. And the whole spend that's going on, the OpenAI's $1.4 trillion commitment to AI is premised on the fact that you need to get a lower cost per token so people use it. You think of cell phones today. How many of you worry about the minutes you're using on your cell phone today? How many of you worry about the megabytes of data you're using on your cell phone? Most people have all-inclusive plans. That's where AI is going.
You mentioned alternative sources of energy earlier on, and I'm curious just how you think about that because obviously, I think you yourself have written about just the energy appetite here, the fact that ChatGPT is said to consume 10 times more electricity per query than a normal Google search. What from the crypto side of things, which obviously has also been energy intensive and figured out ways to become more sustainable, more efficient, what are the learnings there and what role do you think more broadly alternative sources of energy will play with AI?
Sure. So if you think about Bitcoin mining, people originally started mining Bitcoin on laptops and computers. And then that wasn't fast enough or energy efficient enough. And so you moved to GPUs. GPUs are the same things used by AI today. As a matter of fact, NVIDIA used to sell a lot of GPUs for Ethereum mining. From GPUs, you then went to FPGA, which are, think of it as a semiconductor that can run a specific task that's driven by how you program it, software driven. And then they went to ASICs. AI industry is going through this exact same curve today. You had GPUs. You're now starting to see ASICs by people at Qualcomm, Broadcom, other companies. The TPUs that Google is doing, the Trainium processors that Amazon are doing. These are all application-specific ASICs. More energy efficient, more productive than traditional GPUs. Again, this is mostly for inference. And if you think about AI, there are, generally speaking, two things you do with AI. Training and inference. Inference is where you get the value. When you query OpenAI and you say, summarize this or write me this, that's an inference query. The training that goes behind that to allow it to do it doesn't generate revenue. And if you look at all these hyperscaler data centers that are being built today, it's mostly around training frontier models. It's not about inference. The inference market is about to take off over the next 2 to 3 years. And that's where you'll see huge growth. That's where most of the need for energy is going to come from in the future. And as you look at renewable energy and alternative fuel sources, you're starting to see hybrids of wind, solar, plus battery, which allow you to have fully renewable, low-cost energy, which gives you almost enough energy to operate 24/7. You're also starting to see very clean natural gas-fired systems. Most people don't realize this, but the U.S. is the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. We export tons of it. It's becoming considered a cleaner fuel today, though it's not fully renewable, obviously. Geothermal is very attractive in certain parts of the world. And hydroelectricity remains one of the best forms of renewable energy. And what's interesting is, as solar energy has begun to be deployed, and I'll use Europe as an example. In France, 65% of the electrical grid is powered by nuclear, which is considered clean. The balance is mostly done by renewable energy sources, wind, some solar, which are intermittent. And so they have one of the cleanest electrical grids in the world, and they have huge excess energy capacity. And one of the key problems with intermittent is you don't know how much you're going to have when, because there may be clouds in the sky, the wind may not blow that day. And so it's a very interesting challenge as we transition, but I think this combination of geothermal, nuclear, wind, solar are going to be very interesting over the next decades.
There's at the same time as we're seeing this appetite for energy because of AI, there are rising concerns over rising energy costs, whether or not those are actually correlated to the cost of AI. There's a perception, at least, the optics are there. How do you think about that, and what do you think is the role of the private sector in in kind of educating and figuring this out with government?
So I think a little bit of history. The electrical grid was originally considered as a way to load balance power generated next to cities. It wasn't designed originally to transport electricity across the country. The big problem today is that we generate electricity in one place, but consumers live somewhere else. There aren't solar farms in the middle of New York City or Washington, D.C., or wind farms. And so you have to transport that electricity. And building transmission capacity is very expensive, and due to NIMBYism and regulatory and permitting issues, nobody wants to build all these high-tension cables over their houses and farms. And so what you're going to see, and what the regulators really are driving more and more today, is that large consumers of energy should generate their own energy. So effectively, you build a power plant, you put the data center behind the power plant. What happens then? Now the data center could be a power utility that can sell excess energy into the grid. The other thing you're starting to see is with the next generation of photovoltaic solar cells, you can easily clad a building in solar cells, enough to power that building. You can put a data center in the basement of that building together with battery systems. And now you can use that excess energy to run the data center. You're not having to put these huge monster data centers out in the North 40 somewhere. Where there is low-cost energy available, such as West Texas, where there's huge amounts of wind. For example, we own a wind farm. We run a data center at that wind farm to consume all the electricity. Because all these wind farms and solar farms produce energy at the same time of day. And there's only so much transmission capacity to get the energy from West Texas to Dallas, Austin, Houston. And so there's a lot of this energy which isn't used. It's literally thrown away. And so if you start moving the data centers to where the energy is being produced, now all of a sudden you start consuming all this wasted energy, or stranded energy, as we call it. And so I think the regulators are starting to understand this, and they're starting to understand that you need to start building data centers where you have power generation. You need to start building power generation where you have power-hungry customers, and not rely on the grid as a transport medium.
Okay, so you're talking about real solutions to the rising costs?
Yep. So if you look at Texas, for example, the cost of electricity to consumers has declined in Texas because of the advent of Bitcoin mining. If you think about the alternative, the grid consumes energy. People consume energy on what's called a duck curve, which is you have a peak at 9 a.m., then it drops again, and then it peaks between 3 and 9 p.m. again. You have to put the same amount of energy into the grid that you take out, or the grid blows up, right? Because you're balancing the grid constantly. What has historically been done is you've had what are called peaker plants, which is like a jet engine in a building. Berkshire Hathaway owns a bunch of these. You turn it on when the price of electricity in the market is really high, you make a lot of money, and then you shut it off. And the price of electricity can vary from $5 a megawatt hour to $500 a megawatt hour, depending on demand in the marketplace. Bitcoin miners don't charge for electricity they give up necessarily, right? You are a large baseload customer, so you're consuming a large amount of energy, which the grid really likes because they can count on you to consume this flat amount of energy. And when they need it, you shut off. And what that means is there's no incremental cost to the consumer for the energy you're giving back. As opposed to charging $500 a megawatt hour, you're giving it back at its original wholesale cost. And that, with the addition of being able to consume all of the renewable energy that can't get sold, drives a higher ROI for the owner of the solar farm, the owner of the wind farm, which allows them to sell electricity into the market at a lower cost, which again brings consumer costs down. So this is actually a phenomenon that Texas, there's a number of reports that have been done on this, and I think one of the challenges we have is in other areas like the PJM grid, where a lot of data centers are being built. You have this constant need for energy, which is what a data center typically has, as opposed to this flexible load. So this Bitcoin mining will have a huge impact on AI by making AI a flexible load over time.
Well, you make it sound very simple. Thank you so much. This is a hugely important topic, and we're going to stick with the kind of broader crypto theme for a bit here. I want to welcome Julia back to the stage to talk all things AI and cryptocurrency with Grant McCarty, Executive Director of the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and Peter Van Valkenburg, who is the Executive Director of Coin Center. Please welcome them to the stage, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Either works. Thank you both so much for being here. It's great having you both. So you both come from the world of crypto policy. Starting there, can you explain a little bit about where you each are coming from at the Bitcoin Policy Institute and Coin Center?
Well, you guys were around first, so go for it.
That's fair. So Coin Center, my organization, is an independent nonprofit that's based here in Washington, D.C., and has been educating policymakers at the agencies, in Congress, about cryptocurrency technologies since 2014, which, if you know crypto, makes me like older than, well, I guess it's like dog years, right? So I think, a big part of like my base of knowledge vis-a-vis new challenges with AI is we've watched the last 10 years where a largely software-based technology that is available and permissionless, might be open source software even, that a user can run individually, or they might rely on a big corporation to run it for them, has incredible policy implications if that software enables them to do powerful things. Bitcoin, of course, would allow me to send millions of dollars to a random person in Singapore with no intermediaries, with just open source software in between. And AI, of course, gives me like the global corpus of human knowledge at my fingertips and an ability to sort of shape it into what I need as an understanding of my world, all basically on my own, depending on which models I use and which companies I rely upon. Those policy implications are profound, and how we regulate those things is very difficult, because it's one thing to regulate a big corporation that has an obvious customer business model. It's like, no, you're taking the affairs of people in hand, and you're a trusted entity, so you are deserving of regulation. It's another thing, in this country at least, to try to regulate someone who's primarily engaged in software development. if you actually say, you're not allowed to do that work until you first get permission from us, there's a very good argument that that actually violates the First Amendment of our Constitution. So Coin Center's work in large part has been trying to flesh out the barrier or the line between a trusted person in these spaces, whether it's crypto or in the future AI, and a person who's not in a trusted position, is more like in a research, publishing, scientific position, who isn't deserving of permission-based regulation.
We started the Bitcoin Policy Institute about half a decade ago, and we really wanted to bring more academic, epistemic credibility to the Bitcoin and crypto policy conversation. There were very few, I would say, grown-ups in the room in those policy conversations. One of them is sat next to me. So we established a cohort of a few dozen academic fellows, economists, PhDs in environmental science, philosophy, and we supported research at the intersection of Bitcoin and a number of different US policy interests. And so ultimately what we're trying to do is help America navigate the rise of Bitcoin. This is one of the largest assets in the entire world. It is less than 20 years old, and for the first 12 to 15 years of its existence, the country was pushing back against it and thought that there was an off switch. We really wanted to shift that framing and go, this is going to be here whether we like it or not. Now let's figure out what are the policy solutions that are going to allow America to benefit.
So crypto and AI, they're two different technologies, they're two different worlds, but they're often lumped together. I mean, President Trump, he named David Sachs as his AI and crypto czar for the White House. What do you both see as sort of the convergence of crypto and AI? How are they similar? And how can they maybe build on each other?
Well, I think the first thing to note, and it was discussed widely in the last interview with Mr. Thiel, I think it's very evident that these are both technologies that rely on large-scale compute. So large-scale compute, data centers, the underlying grid and electrical infrastructure that's necessary to power them are a big marker of international competitiveness, of being able to deliver these new tools and benefits to users, and the policy implications of, like, is this going to improve the grid? If you talk to some people, they'll say that it's a massive waste of electricity. This is like an obvious first area where we see a lot of common policy concerns, if you will, between crypto and AI. I'll briefly mention two others that I keep in mind. I prefaced one earlier in my remarks. I think there's going to be very difficult questions about how we regulate people who are primarily engaged in software development when that software is doing things that regulators are afraid that, or worried that they don't want people using that software to do those things, right? When the AI is helping you do things that maybe the government doesn't want you to do. When Bitcoin allows you to do things that maybe the government doesn't want you to do. And then the third thing is, and this one's very interesting to me, if AI agents are going to have the ability to sort of take control of and manipulate financial assets, crypto is sort of ready-baked for that. If it's money through a trusted institution, it's going to have to be a bank through a policy and some sort of compliance function to allow AI to manipulate those financial assets. And I think the speed at which compliance professionals become comfortable with AI moving around their assets is going to be much slower than the direct control over crypto financial assets that an AI could have. Because a crypto asset is really just control over some sort of finite data, a private key or something like that. And you can actually today truly give an AI agent control over funds on the blockchain, and they can just start doing things with it. That has some scary implications, but I think this is a good example of why permissionless blockchain technology like Bitcoin is sort of going to be the vanguard of the future of finance no matter what, whether we like it or not, because there aren't the old red tape barriers that we sort of inevitably have with traditional financial institutions.
Yeah, that's a massive one. If we really buy into the fact that AI is going to lead to all of these productivity gains, then I do think you have to go down that line of thinking, which is we're going to have millions, if not significantly more, of AI agents, working online nearly instantaneously at any given time around the world. They're going to need a medium of exchange that is likely going to be a combination of Bitcoin, stablecoins, a few other things that allow them to do smart contracts, things of that nature. If you want my honest take about the intersection of crypto and AI, it's that, so we've been facing questions for years about, is crypto a bubble? Is crypto a bubble? And I like to caveat, we're the Bitcoin Policy Institute for a reason, right? Bitcoin is the oldest cryptocurrency, the original. It is shown an ability to be resilient, to bounce back. Its value is grounded in the energy that Mr. Thiel in the previous panel spoke about. It is fully and truly decentralized. There are all of these notions about Bitcoin that make it unique and make it valuable, and that's why it's one of the largest assets in the world, and tens of millions of people use it every day around the world. Tens of thousands of other cryptos, scams, rug pulls have lost a significant amount of their value. Over time, I think things that don't have value get washed out by the market. And so really where I see AI right now in terms of the market is like, you put AI in your pitch deck and you're getting $10 million in seed funding tomorrow. I have some friends who have done this exact thing, and I'm happy for them. And then on the flip side, their company's not going to exist in 5 years. And a lot of people are willing to make that bet that either AI will get better or catch up in time for the notion of their business to actually become real. I'm personally betting that like you can kind of look at the dot-com bubble and go, hey, when that bubble popped, it didn't mean that the internet wasn't valuable. It meant that 98% of the companies built at that time ultimately were not valuable 20 years later. But the particles that were left from that bubble popping, there was a ton of value there. I think crypto, you see the same thing. There have been bubbles that have been popped and things have lost a ton of their value, and then Bitcoin has roared back. Stable coins have roared back. Like the things that have value are resilient and show that over time. I think you're going to see very similar things in AI right now, because like no offense to anybody in this audience, but like a ChatGPT wrapper that is just a slower, worse version of ChatGPT optimized for like a specific industry, I don't know if that's worth the billion-dollar valuations that they're getting right now. I think we are in a hype cycle, just like we've seen with crypto.
Continuing on the bubble conversation a little bit more, and then we'll circle back a bit to energy. I think, like you mentioned, crypto, AI, they've both seen these, massive growth in the markets over the past few years. But especially in recent weeks, we've seen these dips in both tech stocks and cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. It's definitely come down quite a bit. So do you think that those are sustainable and that growth is sustainable? Or do you think that things are bound to pop in both of those cases, crypto and AI?
Yeah, my take with Bitcoin has remained the same. Like this is a novel financial asset and technology with financial utility that the entire world is pricing in real time. And so the volatility that everybody talks about, it makes sense. This thing didn't exist 20 years ago. Nothing like it existed before it was created. So this idea that the price is going to fluctuate, go up and down, it makes sense because the whole world is trying to figure out, is this thing real? Do we really trust this? Is this going to stick around? And you can't replace time. So what we've seen with Bitcoin is over time, the price has gone up, and then it's gone down, and you see all these obituaries, Bitcoin is dead, we told you so. And then a few years later, not only is it back, but it is back 10 times higher in price, but also 10 times more adoption, more people using it. And we've seen that cycle 4 or 5 times at this point over the course of 16 plus years. I think short-term price dips, like at the end of the day, you're still going to be kind of subject to current liquidity in the markets, current sentiment in the markets. I think everybody is scared about the AI bubble that we're talking about. Like you guys have seen the picture, and if you haven't, it's $100 billion from Microsoft pointing to OpenAI, and then the $100 billion from OpenAI pointing to NVIDIA, and then it creates this loop. And the Economist says that's $300 billion worth of GDP, right? And you go, well, it seems like the same $100 billion that's being tossed around. So everybody's trying to figure out, is it 300 billion? And is that going to turn into 3 trillion in actual value? Or did we really misprice these things? Is the capex of these data centers, are those horribly mispriced? Nobody really knows right now, and I think that's why you're seeing these massive swings.
Anything else you want to add on that?
The only thing I'd add is, there's always this question of where we are in the hype cycle, right? And, in the old days, it would be difficult for an ordinary retail investor or sort of a smaller fund to get their hands on sort of exotic new technological investments and potentially capitalize on those massive gains that can come from being very early in an entirely new discipline that's highly disruptive, that's taking on legacy industries with a brand new formula, with brand new people investing and supporting it. Like early days, and there are people who bought Bitcoin at like $10. There are people who bought Bitcoin at $100, $400. I kick myself because I was around back then. I'm like, what the hell was I doing? And then there are follow-on projects like Ethereum. People Many people know what Ethereum is. It's probably the biggest competitor to Bitcoin, although they also do different things. Ethereum only raised $30 million in its original token generation event, or ICO, as it was regrettably called for regulatory reasons. That's actually a minuscule amount compared to the giant ICOs or token sales that happened in 2016 and 2017, where projects were raising billions of dollars. And the return on that was obviously not going to be what it was on those early Bitcoin and Ethereum type projects. And yet I think everybody sees, their one friend who did it early, or if at an institutional level, the one fund that actually got it right, and they think, well, we'll just recreate it. But that is the insanity of the hype cycle. And I think we're probably beyond that with AI as well. I think we're already in the point where we're just manufacturing innovation because people are upset they missed the original, like being able to buy NVIDIA back when they were just making Ethereum GPUs for gamers, and not actually like the future of the entire global economy.
Well, we're almost at time here, so just one other question that I wanted to skip ahead to, which is that both crypto and AI, they have this opportunity to sort of remove humans from the equation in some cases.
All the humans.
Not all the humans. Especially in, decentralized finance, you're removing some of those intermediaries, similar with agentic AI. How do you think lawmakers should be thinking about regulating this in that context with consumer protections, who's liable?
I mean, one thing I think about constantly is like, just because a human is doing it doesn't mean that it's inherently valuable, right? So one of the key innovations of Bitcoin is like, we're getting rid of third parties that in some cases provide value. Some people want their banks, they care about chargebacks, they care about some of these things. And other times you don't want to pay a 3% fee just to send money around the world, oftentimes higher than 3% if you're sending it around the world. So the question is, why are we forcing humans into these equations? My point about AI and the bubble, I think AI is already incredibly valuable. It's going to be incredibly valuable. We have to determine, like, are these legitimate use cases, or to your point, are they solutions in search of a problem, right? Are they technological innovations that aren't actually solving a problem? We've seen that with crypto, and all of the non-useful things get washed out. I think you're going to see the same, with AI, but ultimately, like, how should lawmakers be thinking about it? Don't be scared because humans are going to be removed from some equations. They're going to find other equations where humans are uniquely valuable. There's still a physical world that we're all going to value incredibly well. If you're as scared of the deepfakes as I am, you're going to increasingly value in-face human interaction because you can verify that in a way that you can't on the internet. So humans aren't going away. They're just going to be forced into areas where they're actually providing value. And if they're not, let a robot do it.
The only thing I'd add to that, speaking of the deepfake problem, like, we are rapidly entering a world where the internet is full of effectively AI slop and garbage. You let your kid look at YouTube for too long, they're going to be recommended some channel that's educational content that no human has ever laid eyes on. And it may be good, it may be not, it's just sort of generic and strange. As this gets worse, and it's going to get worse because the cost of producing that garbage is so cheap, and there's a minute amount of revenue from ad revenue and other purposes, we are going to need nannies as we exist virtually. We are going to need them. They're going to need to guard us from the exposure to all the toxic crap out there and help us express ourselves online in electrical communications. Those nannies are either going to be the state, a big corporation, or, and this is actually one of the things that I'm optimistic in crypto, user-based tools that empower them to prove to other humans that, no, this is me talking to you, Grant. This is not one of these crappy avatars pretending to me. And when you respond, like, yes, this is Grant, and we've filtered out all the other, this is basic spam prevention. It's just gotten really important and really weird. And if you go back to the beginning of Bitcoin, that was the beginning of Bitcoin. The proof of work algorithm that became the foundation of how we create Bitcoins was originally developed to make every email send a little expensive in computing work so that it would be too expensive to constantly just send garbage spam emails. It was called Hashcash, and it became the SHA-256 mining algorithm that ultimately made Bitcoin succeed. Cryptocurrency and cryptography, the technologies pioneered in our space, is the best answer to the we're going to need nannies in the wild west of the AI internet. Because I don't think the government's fit for purpose there. It's overbearing. In many countries, it'll be totalitarian. And I don't want to just trust Sam Altman to do it either.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome Michal back to the stage, joined in conversation by Senator Mike Rounds, a Republican from South Dakota and co-chair of the Senate Artificial Intelligence Caucus.
Thank you for being with us, Senator.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, so the biggest current debate, I think, at the moment is this issue of state laws versus a federal framework. The White House has been pushing for a moratorium or at least some kind of restrictions on state laws. That has not happened yet. Give us just where you stand on this issue.
Well, let me lay out. First of all, it was tried in the Senate earlier and it lost 99-1 in terms of preemption. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't be listening to what the states are trying to tell us. You've got 50 different laboratories out there that are saying our folks are concerned about what's going on regarding how we regulate artificial intelligence, or for that matter, for the most part, social media and what it means to our kids. I think today in the Senate, if you were to ask what's going on with this thing, everybody's kind of looking at each other saying, look, we know we've got to do some stuff on this thing here, but let's try to find something that people can agree on. If you've got the states pushing hard, it's in many cases because Congress has not filled the void yet. And so the first part of it is a warning from the states saying, you can't just simply tell us not to do anything if you're not doing anything. The second part on it is, for Congress, is how do you put together a plan that actually does a good job of protecting the public from what the public sees as a threat? And so you look at the different committees and you look at the different ideas about what it would be, and the fear is if you regulate it, you slow it down. If you don't regulate it, you have people that could get hurt. Congress has yet to determine what the best path forward is, and the reason for it is it's not going to be easy. But let me start with a premise. If something occurred that would be wrong before the intervention or the interjection of artificial intelligence, then it's still wrong afterwards. At the same time, if something was legal before the interjection of an AI agent, it should still be legal afterwards. How you incorporate that at the national level has yet to be determined. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like an easy thing saying, you know, should we allow the states to do it or should we say, no, the states can't do it? It's a matter of you getting an early warning sign from the states saying you got to do something. Mm-hmm. But at the congressional level, we have yet to find that consensus of what that something is.
This is maybe an overly simple question, but what are the big holdups? I mean, we did see, speaking of crypto, we saw things move forward with the crypto framework. What are the biggest holdups on AI, on the federal side?
Well, let me just lay this out for you. Right now, I serve on the Armed Services Committee, I serve on the Intel Committee, and I serve on the Banking Committee, all of which have an interest in this. At the same time, you want to make sure that we stay in the lead. Artificial intelligence is not going away. It's not something you can simply ignore. The question on it is how do you maintain a lead in the world, and who do you want to determine the standards and the norms long term for the development of AI into the future? I think for most of us the answer is it has to be the U.S. and its allies. It will be either the United States or it will be China. That's where it's at. And we want to make sure that the rails that everybody develops AI on are based upon U.S. or Western standards. The competition, what that means then is, and what we've got to be working on is what are the challenges we've got? Number one, with regard to people, we've got some of the best minds, the most creative opportunities for the development of AI, but we want to keep that. And remember that just simply on a numbers basis, China has 4 times as many people, and they are focusing on STEM. And so we start out with a lead, but we want to make darn sure that we continue to be the place where people want to develop their ideas, where the entrepreneurs are coming in and where the developers are coming here because this is the best place to do. But in order to do that, you also want them to begin their training on a set of rails that have a United States basis. Number 2, compute. You have to stay ahead on compute. We are right now. NVIDIA is a great example of that. The question is do you want the rails to be that or the stacks to be those of the United States and the Western approach to things? Or is it going to be on a Huawei product? And we think that we've got to win that battle right now, which means developers throughout the entire world have got to be focused and using systems that are based upon our standards. And then finally, if you really want to talk about the challenge for us with regard to AI, it's energy. And will we have enough energy to meet the needs of data centers that are going to just simply explode over the next 5 years? China has the advantage over the United States in that regard, and we've got to do a lot of work to catch up there. They're producing energy at a faster clip, and they produce more energy today than we do. And they're more efficient at producing energy right now than we are. So 2 out of the 3 we're okay on, but we've got to keep those advantages. But where is Congress going to go? We have to recognize that we have to do everything we can not to regulate AI out of the lead when it comes to us or our adversary, China.
I want to ask you about another challenge or possible challenge. I don't know how you view it, but there have been several recent studies, including from Stanford University's Human-Centered AI Institute, that show that sentiment towards AI amongst Americans is much more negative than surveys in China and sentiment there. There's more pessimism versus optimism of what AI can do for society. How do you think about that? Is it a challenge?
It is. And look, here's the deal. What the American public sees in a lot of cases is what they see on social media. And on social media, they see deep fakes. They see manipulation of the ideas. They see people sitting in their own bubble and not getting it anyplace else. They see if you trend in one direction, they're going to push everything at you that they can to continue you down that rabbit hole. There is not a diversity of thought in many cases that's available to most people once they start looking for it under the existing social media things. And people are recognizing that that's not a good thing. And I think they connect a lot of that with artificial intelligence. The other thing is they've been told you're going to lose jobs. They're going to say, everybody is talking about AI not creating more jobs, but rather the possibility of losing jobs. That is of concern. What they're missing is the fact that regardless of what they think AI is, good or bad, it is here and it is not going to go away. The question is, do we manage it under our standards or does China manage it under their standards? And now is that point in which we want developers throughout the world to be using the rails that we set up here with the standards that we have here. Number 2, let's provide the American public with clear evidence of the reason why they should be behind the development of AI as quickly as possible. First of all, it's the defense of our country. If we don't have the best AI systems, then we cannot defend our country against the threats that are out there because the bad guys are using it in their offensive weapon systems today. The other item on this that I think we have to talk about is what really impacts every American family, and that's healthcare. We have to make sure that we incorporate the use of artificial intelligence in the development of new ways to help people live longer with a higher quality of life. I am convinced that we can identify cancers earlier and we can address cancers earlier and perhaps even cure the vast majorities of cancers that afflict mankind today within a very short period of time if we get the right resources in the right locations and allow the databases to continue to grow in such a fashion that we get good information to those laboratories that would use AI. The other piece on this is we've got to be talking also about the other types of areas in which you can use this for financial services as an example. Look, we've got places right now where if we could allow the American public to use AI products to determine how they make their investments and so forth, this is an opportunity for them to actually do better than what they could otherwise. But in order to do that, you've got to have a regulator and a regulated entity that are both learning how to use AI and to do it in a safe way. It's the reason why we have sandboxes, as we call them right now, that we're trying to put into law to where a developer and a regulator can both learn in a safe environment about, number 1, how you develop the products, and number 2, how you regulate those products in an AI-related environment. Those are some things that we should be doing right now. We've got legislation out there, a number of pieces of legislation that would do that today.
And you've been personally very active in pushing for responsible experimentation, implementation in those sectors that you mentioned, in healthcare, medical devices, in financial services. Can you talk a little bit more about why you see that as so critical, that not only is the U.S. developing some of these technologies and dominant there, but that the deployment itself is also happening?
Yeah, look, the deployment here is what people will actually see as being of value to them. And once again, I come back down to, how do you share with the American people that what AI offers, while there are problems with it, with regard to social media and so forth, the opportunities for the improvement in the quality of life for them and their families is there as well. And in the background, there has to be a recognition, because we've got to talk about it, is what are we doing with regard to artificial intelligence, and why is it important for the defense of our country? You know, we talk about, it used to be that we talked about our Air Force and our Army and our Navy and so forth, but today there are 5 domains that are at risk. You have air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. Artificial intelligence lives in all of them, but specifically within the cyber realm and the space area, where we are at a controversial spot in cyber all the time. We are constantly in the middle of almost like a cyber warfare with our adversaries today. There will be conflict in the future, and that conflict, though, will begin with conflict in the cyber realm to begin with, followed shortly by the space-based assets that we have as well that will be at risk. Artificial intelligence is used to defend that, which thus means defending our country and our allies. I focus on that only because we still come back down to the very basic premise. Number one, it is not going away. And so now the question is how do we make sure that the development of AI stays within Western standards, within Western values, and to where the development of that and the assets, the great wealth that can be accumulated on that stays within the Western worlds in such a fashion that our quality of life does not diminish.
I want to go back to what we might see on the regulatory front ahead. I was in your state last year interviewing 2 attorneys general from both sides of the aisle on AI regulation, and it really struck me how much they agreed on. So I'm curious, it was not the Attorney General of South Dakota though, but I'm curious to hear from you, where do you see bipartisan alignment on privacy, security, child safety?
Yeah.
What are you hearing?
Yeah, I'll come back to, I think the reason why the states are working hard to try to address the issue that they see, and remember, they're the closest to the people, is at the state and local level. They're seeing frustrations in that Congress has not done enough right now to, in their opinion, protect society from this new way of getting into people's lives. And so, but it's an early warning sign for Congress saying, we really do need to come up with a consensus about how you protect individuals from the incursion of AI into their families' lives and into their families' activities. If this was easy, it would have been done a long time ago. But you have to then start with the very basic premise. If it's wrong for people to or to lie or to provide misinformation in the first place, simply using artificial intelligence to make it easier to do so doesn't make it right. And so how do you extend that? As an example, let me take one that's not involved in any criminal activity. Let's just talk about the civilian side of, you have people that are really, really bright, and they make music, they tell stories, they write books, and so forth. These are valuable contributions to society. It's a person thinking and putting together things. That ability to be recognized with patents and copyrights is one of the reasons why Western society has advanced the way that it has advanced. We recognize that somebody can own an idea. If you do that, how do you protect from the use of that using artificial intelligence, or for that matter, any type of social media, and make sure that that person is still compensated for it and that the value is given? If you don't have the laws on the books that are workable for both the people that are creating that content and the individuals that want to utilize the content so they know what the cost is, you're leaving something behind. You're not making it clear. You're not giving everybody a path forward. I think this is one of the areas that we should be able to, as quickly as any other area, address rather quickly at the national level, which is patents and copyrights, and how do you make it simple or easier for people to be able to be reimbursed, but also for people that want to use it to know how much the cost is. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I could ask you 100 more questions. We're scratching the surface here, but I want to be aware of your time. So thank you so much, Senator Rounds, for sitting with us. A lot more to talk about in a future interview, I'm sure. I do want to segue here to the education space. I sat down with Sal Khan, founder and CEO of Khan Academy, just a few days ago for a deeper dive into how the education sector is embracing AI. Obviously, a lot of challenges here too, and on the regulatory front, much to come. But let's take a listen for now to Sal Khan on AI in education. And thank you again, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Sal, you are of the belief that AI can save, not destroy education. Can you just tell us a little bit about why you think that is and how you came to this thesis?
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I'm not ignoring some of the places where AI could destroy education too. We're all worried about cheating and kids just checking out and outsourcing their thought to an AI. So that's definitely a worrying thing. But I think like all technologies, it's neither good nor evil. It just amplifies your intent. And so as educators, as parents, we first of all can use AI to police some of the things that we're worried about. If we're worried about cheating, we can have other AIs that can monitor what the student's doing or look at their work and make their process transparent to the teacher, which actually would solve other forms of cheating too. 20 years ago, they just went to their fraternity brother and got them to write their paper. If they knew the process, it's easier to identify where that's going on. But the opportunity side of things are, we've always known what great education looks like. If you were to go back 2,300 years, Alexander the Great, young Alexander the Great, before he became great, some people would debate if he ever became great, it would have had Aristotle as his personal tutor. And Aristotle would have sped up, slowed down, made things interesting for young Alexander, dug deeper when young Alexander needed it, motivated him. And when we, about 200-300 years ago, made a very utopian idea, as you can imagine, only wealthy people, princelings, got that type of education for most of human history. 200-300 years ago, we said mass public education, great. It's done all sorts of wonderful things to literacy rates and numeracy rates, but we had to compromise. We had to move everyone lockstep together. If you had gaps, too much, too bad. If you had resources, you could maybe get a personal tutor. Well, now AI, not just AI, I don't think it's AI in a vacuum, but AI with software, with personalized practice, ideally in conjunction with human beings in a classroom, I think can help that teacher who's working with 30 kids, who knows that they all have different gaps, ready to progress at different paces, can help support those students at those different levels, can help support the teacher, inform the teacher, help them with lesson planning and grading, so that the teacher can elevate and do more of the human element of things.
And you've obviously got a lot of experience, years of experience in, scaling education in an equitable way. How do you do this with AI? This whole concept of every child having a private AI tutor. Right now, you've got 2 million students and teachers, I believe, on your AI enhanced platform. Where does it go from here? How do you scale?
Yeah, and I think this is key, and we're guilty of it too in the early days. AI, some of it seems so magical and wondrous that it's easy to get indexed on it and saying, oh, how are we going to use this? But I always remind folks, we shouldn't just be having a technology and looking for a problem for it to solve. We should just be focused on what are the problems to solve and then solve it in the simplest possible way. If the solution is pencil and paper, it should be pencil and paper. If it's generative AI, it should be that or anything in between. And so for me, and there's a lot of layers. I'm not claiming it's going to solve every issue that deals with education. These are really a lot of societal issues. But I think motivation and this type of personalization, especially of pace, your gaps, being able to fill things in and keep you motivated, I think that is the core thing that all of us at Khan Academy have been doing from day one. Many folks know I got started back in 2004. My day job, I was an analyst at a hedge fund. I started tutoring a cousin remotely, who she was 12 at the time, and word spreads in my family. Free tutoring is going on, and I start writing videos. I start making videos and software for them. So we've been working on this idea of, can you use videos? Can you use exercises to personalize? And then when we saw what's possible with generative AI, we said, well, that could be another layer. It's not generative AI by itself, but if it can help us get students to do more practice at their learning edge, what's sometimes called the zone of proximal development, if it can unblock them when they're getting stuck, if it can nudge them, if it can get another human being, a parent or a teacher, to nudge them when they're about to get stuck, then we're already seeing it, and we think there's a lot of potential on keeping kids on that learning trajectory.
There's a lot of conversation right now about appropriate AI guidelines and guardrails in schools, and you mentioned cheating as one of the potential problem areas. What do you think are the right set of guidelines for schools today?
Yeah, I think I think schools have to be just very careful with technology generally. I think there's already a lot of research coming out that if you just throw a laptop in front of a kid and they just have downtime, they're just going to gravitate to like brain rot videos on YouTube or TikTok or things like that. And there's starting to become some good evidence that is not helping anyone. So
who knew brain rot is not good for your brain? Surprise.
Who would have thought? Well, yeah, I think the labeling is that's making my brain rot. Let's call that brain rot. So I think schools and parents, we all have to do a good job of being able to make sure that our kids are on task on the stuff that really matters. On the policy side of things, I do think it's a lot of universities and high schools and middle schools have said, don't use AI or it's an honor code. I actually think that's not fair. I met a family friend. He's a family friend's child. He's a freshman at Stanford, and he was working on his midterms, which were all take-home assignments. He's a humanities major, and he was writing all these papers, etc. And I asked him, what percentage of your friends are using ChatGPT for this type of thing? He's like 95%. And I was like, how does that make you feel? He's like, it makes me feel horrible. I'm not going to tell on anyone because I don't want to like ruin their lives. But he seems to be in the 5%, or at least perceives himself to be in the 5%. That's actually ruining his weekend and doing the work. That's not a good system. If his data is right, that 95% is, and I've talked to other college students and it seems like that's close to what's happening. What's the value of that education anymore? Everyone's in denial. And we're also seeing the opposite happening, where there's a lot of false accusations. Teachers and professors are using these, what they think are AI detectors, the same way that you used to have plagiarism detectors. Those things have a 40% false positive rate. So you're going to falsely accuse a lot of students. And it's an arms race. There are things called humanizers. And someone with one of these AI tools, if you prompt it well, you can already write it quite well, hard to detect. But these humanizers are just this cat and mouse game to make sure that anything that they produce, these false positive AI detectors don't trigger that. And so this is not where you want to be in education, especially with so many people essentially cheating. So I think for this type of thing, honor codes sound good, but I think it just puts the few honorable kids in a really awkward position and everyone else just does what they want. I think the right thing to do is do more in class. If you really care, well, one, take a step back and say, why are you doing this assignment in the first place? What skills are you trying to practice or prove? But if you think that writing is part of that, and you definitely want to know that that student did it, don't say take it home and do honor code. Do that in class. Do it in a proctored setting over multiple sessions. At the other extreme, I think it is good for classes to assign explicitly, go use an AI for this, but tell me how you used it. But do something ambitious with it. And then there's tools. We're working on tools where the AI can be your writing coach. The professor can assign through the AI. The AI is an ethical coach. And then when you submit, our AI can tell the teacher, the professor, yeah, Sal and I worked on this, took him about 4 hours. We seem to work through it. This paragraph, he just copied and pasted it from someplace. We should look into it. I'm not accusing him of cheating, but ask him about it. It looks a little different. I think that's the type of direction we need to go in.
You bring up a good point, because there's several good points, of course, but there's a lot of attention right now on how students could, should, shouldn't be using AI. How are you thinking about how to better assist teachers to do their job? Because we all know that they are overwhelmed and under-resourced. So I know OpenAI just launched a ChatGPT for teachers, for example. What are you guys looking at in this space?
Yeah, and we're already seeing it happen. And we've made tools here. There's ChatGPT can be used, et cetera. Teachers spend, the data I've looked at is on the average about 5 to 10 hours a week doing things like lesson planning. That can be really sped up with help from AI, and it can make it much more personalized and relevant to what your class thinks about. I don't think the AI is good enough yet to do grading on its own. And there's also good arguments that you don't want the teacher to be completely disconnected from the student work. They want to see it too. But I think we're prototyping tools that you can imagine. You're a 7th grade English teacher. You have 100 papers to grade over the weekend. That will ruin your weekend. And I'd also guess that it's very hard to grade them all consistently and not feeling tired. So if you could have an AI tool that can, show you a paper, say, okay, this is where I rate the student on the rubric. When you click on it, it highlights the part that show evidence of that. And you could say, I agree with that, but no, that one I think is actually better than you're saying, et cetera. Now, next paper, if you can take that 20 hours of grading, which we have, the person who's running this project at Khan Academy is a former English teacher. She said that's how much time she would spend for a major assignment across her 100 students in 4 or 5 classes. If that 20 hours can be reduced to 2 hours, that's a major win for teachers. And then, of course, if the AI is also supporting the students in class or at home, and the teacher can know what that AI is doing with the students and also use that as part of an input into the lesson planning process, that also helps. Progress report writing, it's considered a chore for many educators, but that's where an AI already has all the information. It could ask the teacher a few questions and then just create stuff that can then be shared with parents, with the students, et cetera. So I think we could save teachers a lot of time, and not to replace them, but so that they have more time and energy when they come into that class. They can spend more time not lecturing, but walking around the classroom, taking 5 kids at a side, doing something deeper with them, making eye contact, then going talking to another student saying, hey, I really like what you did. Another student, hey, you got to get your act together, that type of thing.
Beyond K through 12, which I know is what you've been mostly focused on, how are you thinking about reskilling more broadly? Because, I mean, everything you're describing just for teachers, obviously there's an element there of reskilling that needs to take place, but there is and will be with many, many other jobs. Is that something that you're thinking about actively?
Yeah, I'm now thinking a lot about that. My next book, my current, as you mentioned, is about how AI is going to be good in education. I think it can be if we have the will to make it be. But my next book will probably be about work, and I'm very worried actually about it. Out here in Silicon Valley, which I know where you are right now, we see the Waymos going around. When we talk to our friend circles, it's quickly evolving from a novelty that tourists come to try out to something like, no, it's actually can take me on the highway to the airport now, and it costs the same as an Uber, but I don't have to tip, and I get the same high quality car every time, and I can pick my music, and et cetera, et cetera. So the writing's on the wall. In the Bay Area where we live, I don't think anyone's going to take a human Uber or Lyft probably in about a year. I think it's going to be that fast. And delivery drivers, long haul trucking is going to come right after that. I talked to a venture capitalist friend the other day. He has a firm that employs thousands of call center workers in the Philippines. They're replacing 80% of them with AIs. In the Philippines, 7 or 8% of their GDP is call center workers. And that's direct GDP. Now they go out to restaurants and do this and that. So think about what that does to their economy if all of that gets replaced by, and they're not getting the benefit of it. We get the benefit. We get cheaper, customer service, whatever. So this is a very, very big problem. There's definitely areas where there's going to be growth. I think anything that is care oriented, teaching, senior care, healthcare, I think you're going to see growth in those areas. People, even with robotics, the trades, electricians, plumbers, construction workers, there's a high demand for that. There's apprenticeships. We just have to give people the right core skills. But I think we have I think the biggest challenge of our time for the next 5 to 10 years, maybe longer, is how do we transition, just in America, 4 or 5 million truck drivers, most or drivers of some kind of vehicle, most of them men. If we don't figure out what to do with them, any of the polarization and the extremism that we're seeing right now is going to be 10 times worse in 5 or 10 years. So this is, and you know, I'm starting to soft advocate to the tech companies and the venture capitalists, like, you should do something about this now. I mean, 1% of your profits, put into something like this. Let's work on the reskilling, because if you don't do it proactively, the pitchforks are going to come out in not that long. And then the government's going to do something that, or they're going to even ban your automation, or they're going to tax you much heavier than what I'm suggesting. And they're not going to do it as well. They're not going to do the reskilling as well as if we started being proactive right now.
Last quick question for you, Sal. That was my timer. Last quick question for you, Sal. You mentioned that if we get this right on the education side, you think it could do a lot of good. How confident are you that we will get it right?
I think it's all about will. If we're out there, if we're using it to introduce richer forms of assessment, we're able to put AIs out there that can police the negative uses of AI and the negative uses of technology generally, but they can keep kids on task. That we make sure that we're not viewing the AI as a silver bullet. And a lot of times the best thing that the AI could do is close this laptop right now, go outside. Or, you know, I could imagine a world where the AI could see everything you're doing for, I would buy a device right now. If my kids who are 16, 14, and 11, if it sent me reports about what they were doing, and if it said your 11-year-old's about to watch this video, is that cool? Or if when my 16-year-old who just got his driver's license is chatting with his friend, it says, hey, why don't you go to his house? He lives 2 miles away. That type of thing, we could have AI working on our side to make us have healthier lives.
Sal, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Gerardo Interiano, SVP of Government Affairs and Government Relations and Public Affairs at Aurora.
Good morning. My name is Gerardo Interiano. I lead government relations at Aurora. We are a self-driving technology company. I think Sal actually teed us up pretty well because we are doing trucking. We're doing logistics. We're doing long-haul trucking. We have trucks today that are operating in Texas every single day from Dallas to Houston and back. We actually just announced our second commercial route from Fort Worth all the way to El Paso. The product that we are providing is the Aurora Driver. It's a self-driving technology system that we believe is going to make our roads safer, that's going to make our roads more efficient, and that's part of our mission. Our mission is to deliver the benefits of self-driving technology safely, quickly, and broadly. I have an advantage that I've been hearing some of the speakers today, and I listened to Congressman Graves and Senator Rounds talk about the role that China plays here. The reality is self-driving technology is a homegrown American innovation, but China is quickly competing against us, and we need to make sure that we have a regulatory framework that's going to allow us to continue to innovate and to continue to deliver this technology here in the United States so that we're not dependent on yet another technology that's coming from China. Sal also teed us up. We're excited about the work that we're doing with community colleges and with technical colleges to think about that reskilling and partnering with government and with academia to make sure that we are preparing for the mechanics of the 21st century. Right? This is a key component of the work that we do. You know, from a safety perspective, our technology, and in particular our LiDAR, so our LiDAR technology is part of a proprietary LiDAR, can see objects up to 1,000 meters away, and it can see objects 11 seconds before a human would be able to see them on the road. We believe that this is what's going to make our roads safer. We lose, almost 40,000 people on our roads today. That's not acceptable. Right? Like, it's not acceptable that happens in our country, and we believe that our technology will be able to have that impact and make that difference. The Aurora Driver doesn't get tired, it doesn't get distracted. Those are things that we as humans often see, and it's often the cause for a lot of the accidents that we see on our roads today. So we're excited to be able to bring this technology here in the United States. And then from an efficiency perspective, we believe that we're going to make the logistics industry much more efficient. If you think about perishable goods and what it means to take strawberries or milk or cheese and get that onto the consumer shelves, and we've all seen the expiration dates. We go and look and see when something expires before we go buy it. We believe that this technology is going to be able to give small businesses and consumers and the agriculture community an opportunity to have these products on the shelves longer. We believe that's going to hopefully begin to drive prices down for consumers, and it's going to be something that we all benefit from. The Aurora Driver is going to be able to operate 24/7 on the roads today. You don't have to worry about the hours of limitation that truck drivers have on the roads today. And we believe that this technology is going to make our roads safer, more efficient, and we're excited to be partnering with government to be able to do that. This is not the Wild Wild West. We're looking forward to the partnerships that we can develop with government, with academia, with our customers, with manufacturers, and even with labor. We're excited to be able to work with folks to bring this technology that's going to make our roads safer and more efficient, and we appreciate the Hill hosting this event today to be able to have these conversations. Thank you.
Thanks again to Aurora for their support of today's program. We will now take a short coffee break. For those in the room, please stretch your legs, talk to the person next to you, grab a coffee or tea. After the break, we will hear from Campbell Brown, Congressman Ted Lieu, and many more. Please also check in with us on our social channels. Let us know what you're thinking using the hashtag #TheHillTech and tagging @TheHillEvents. Our program will resume in 2 minutes. Please grab your last coffee and tea and begin to make your way back to your seats. Thank you. Our program will now resume. Please take your seats and turn your attention back towards the stage. Thank you.
There's one place to be this July. We welcome you to the Hill Nation Summit. For 30 years, the Hill has been the agenda-setting read for lawmakers and policy influencers inside the Beltway and beyond.
Hopefully the future of an airport, where I'm looking to go, is that you walk in the door with your carry-on suitcase, you walk through a scanner and go right to your flight.
Joining forces with News Nation, a network where left and right come to be reasonable.
There is not a bipartisan piece of legislation that I've not been in the room on.
With back-to-back newsmaker interviews in front of a live audience in Washington, D.C. and streaming nationally.
It's a tough time to be a Democrat in Washington right now. What's one thing you're hoping for?
The fact that I'm going to outlive a lot of the people who are against me.
We dive into the events shaping politics and policy today. It's a community where those in the know and those in power meet. Register your interest for the 2026 Hill Nation Summit by scanning this QR code. See you in July.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We have a lot more newsmakers coming up and encourage you all to stick around for lunch at noon, which is provided by Climate Power. Now here to talk AI governance and responsibility is Navrina Singh, founder and CEO of Credo AI. Please welcome her to the stage. Thank you. Okay. Navrina, thank you for trekking out here to be with us. I want to start by just asking you to kind of explain for us and contextualize what Credo AI does and what the gap was that you saw that needed to be filled.
Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. Credo AI is a venture-backed startup. We provide AI governance software that enables trustworthy AI at scale. So what that means is we provide tooling to enterprises so that they can supervise, control, and prove everything from security, reliability, compliance, and quality of AI systems. I started this company 5.5 years ago, wow. And I think the big thing was, having worked in AI prior to that for 15 plus years, saw that there was a pretty big gap that was emerging between AI capabilities and accountability. And nobody was really thinking about where the puck is going and how this trust gap is going to become one of the core reasons why AI won't be successful. So 5.5 years ago, started Credo AI to really create that shared understanding of how do you measure trust, how do you define it, and how do you enable AI capabilities at scale.
So you were early on to this. Talk about the difference. We've had a lot of conversation up here about the regulation side, the regulatory side. Talk about the difference between governance, which is the area that you live in, and regulation.
Yeah. So, you know, it's interesting because in the past 5.5 years, we've noticed that there's a pretty big myth that governance is regulation. And it's not. Regulation is one of the components of governance. Governance is all about understanding risk within these systems, mitigating those risks, understanding how do you actually prove quality of products so that you can build that customer trust, that you can actually have reliable systems that are operating at scale. And then, yes, certainly compliance is a component of it, but compliance not just to very fragmented regulations, but also standards. And those standards can come from company policies and internal guardrails.
And you work with a lot of different customers, some of them very big name brands. What are some of the kind of the blind spots that they have when they start engaging with you?
Yeah. So little bit context there. We work with enterprises, multi-billion-dollar enterprises in financial services, pharma, healthcare, CPG, retail, oil and gas, and we do a lot of work with governments as well. And I would say that the biggest three things that we've seen is, one, there's an assumption that AI is one thing. it's actually a pretty complex system. Everything from the vendors you're using to the systems that you're building, which might have multiple models, multiple data sets. And the complexity really demands continuous embedded oversight rather than something that's bolted on towards the end, right when you're trying to put something in practice. The second big myth that we've seen is that let's wait on governance. We don't have to do it at the beginning. And I think that's such a false mindset because a lot of things start going wrong when you're designing these systems. So the sooner you catch it, the more you can guarantee the quality of these systems, the reliability of these systems. And I think the third thing that is a pretty big myth is if there's compliance requirements, only then I have to do governance. And we have seen again and again, so for example, one of the largest retail clients of ours, they launched a customer service chatbot in production, and within the first hour, it started to recommend competitor products. Now, imagine that. You're losing 100 million worth of value because you didn't ensure that oversight and governance happen. And so that's why they brought in Credo AI to start solving some of those challenges so that you're not losing customer trust, you're not losing quality, and you're not certainly getting into the regulatory crossfires as well.
That chatbot is a great example. And you argue that having governance in place, having the right guardrails in place is actually going to lead to better experimentation, better deployment. It's a little bit counterintuitive because I think a lot of people see it as something that would slow down a company. But talk a little bit more about what some other examples here and why you think it's so important to get this right from the get-go before you start deploying.
You know, we are, just in the past 5.5 years, Mihal, we have seen that all these enterprises, they're actually leaning pretty heavily on third-party AI systems. That means they're buying a lot of applications from vendors, and they don't even know which vendors are actually using AI agents, et cetera. And so as an example, one of the largest financial services, MasterCard, they've been our client for many, many years. They use Credo AI for evaluation of all their third-party vendors. And what they are finding is very quickly, based on those evaluations, they can determine, is this vendor trustworthy enough for them to bring into their ecosystem and make their employees use these tools or not? And as you can imagine, that's a pretty big thing because you're either buying trust or you're buying liability. So a lot of times we are observing that the third-party risk assessment, which, by the way, has just gotten more and more complex. If you look at the AI bill of materials for any vendor, it's complex. So how do you actually break that down, understand the risk, and manage it? And then secondly, you know, one of our other government clients is using Credo AI for not only ensuring that everything that they're building meets the OMB guidance, which is in place, but they're also making sure that it's delivering quality at scale, especially if you think about applications like chatbots for Veterans Affairs. Are you actually recommending the right benefits to veterans who absolutely deserve the best care? How do you actually make sure those guardrails are in place to serve that stakeholder becomes very critical?
You mentioned how complex this whole ecosystem is, and it's also moving very fast, right? So how do you at Credo and your people make sure that you're staying on top of everything and are able to vet?
Yeah. So 3 ways. One is, you know, we have an internal mandate. We use each and every AI tool that comes out in the market because I'm a big believer you can't govern something you don't use and you don't understand. And we do have a benefit at Credo AI that everyone comes from AI background, so the AI literacy already was very high. The second thing is we actually take all the third-party tools at Credo AI, the ones that we use, through our product as well, because we want to make sure that everything that we make a decision to use and buy, we understand the risk of those systems. We understand what is potentially the compliance posture of those systems. And then the third thing, which is, I would say, really critical for us is we truly have a multi-stakeholder team. So it's not just the technical evaluations, but it's the policy perspective. It is really thinking from the customer perspective in terms of, is our governance tool actually providing that trust and defining that trust for the enterprises appropriately?
Can you give us a little bit of a state of the state as you look out, not just your customers, obviously, which by default have prioritized governance, but kind of the corporate landscape in the US right now? What grade would you give, Fortune 500 companies, for example, when it comes to having the right governance in place on AI?
That's a great question. I worry about giving a blanket score, but I would rate it pretty low. And the reason for that is not just, one, we are finding that the AI literacy, even in the largest enterprises that are using a lot of AI, the AI literacy is pretty low. And so again, you might be using a lot of productivity tools, but as you start embedding these AI tools into mission critical business applications, do you actually understand what is needed to make it enterprise grade? So I would say that we are not seeing that level of AI literacy among most of the enterprises. The second is, I think if you look at the investments in AI innovation versus AI governance, I don't even have to share the numbers, but it's like 0.001% goes to governance and guardrails versus the billions of dollars that's going into AI innovation. And we are seeing a massive trend shift, and going into 2026, that governance is going to become embedded in the critical workflows. So hopefully we'll see the capital investments in governance increase. And then the third thing is, I really believe that right now organizations are a little bit chaotic because they have a lot of shadow AI, which is AI that they don't even know exists and that their employees are using. So when you don't have a single system of record to understand where AI is being used internally in your organization, you're just increasing your risk surface area, your threat area. And most of the organizations don't even have the single system of record. And so that's why they use Credo AI to get that single, pane of governance, a single system of record. But I would say most of the organizations, again, I don't want to score it, but they're in very early innings of that journey.
What are some other early steps that companies need to take? And you just mentioned one of them having that system of record, but what else are you advising them as you engage with new clients?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. One is having that early visibility into both shadow and sanctioned AI is really critical through registries. Second is, I think, understanding that AI is not one thing. So how do you actually look at and evaluate whether it's vendors or internally built embedded AI applications is the second core thing. The third is, again, I'm a big advocate for AI literacy because, again, you can't govern something that you don't understand. And then lastly, having a common definition of what does good look like for your business. Because if you as an enterprise are going to wait for regulations or compliance to show up only then when you're acting on it, what ends up happening is, I think it's too late to the game. So you have to define what does good standard for you as a business mean. What do you care about? Do you care about good quality products, having that brand recognition? Do you care about only regulatory compliance? Do you care about really highly reliable systems, especially in mission critical applications? So I think really defining that and defining internal standards becomes critical.
I want to get back to this kind of balance between innovation and governance. And we've talked a lot on stage about the US-China AI race. You flagged recently that the US risks falling behind China in the AI race if it doesn't adopt stricter safety standards. And again, regulation being just a part of overall governance. Can you explain that? Because again, I think that's counterintuitive to a lot of people. I think a lot of people see it as like, wait, this is going to significantly slow us down.
Yeah, it's really interesting. After spending like a long time, half a decade on this topic, I'm still surprised that innovation and governance are seen at tension with each other. They're actually the same thing. And the reason they're the same thing is you as a business or us as a country are not going to deploy systems that you can't trust, you can't rely on, that are not highly secure, that don't have high quality. So it's all about product quality and how much confidence do you have that you're going to get the outcomes with these AI systems. So I think, and then that is all the job of governance. So governance is ensuring you have the supervision, you have the controls. It does not have to be elaborate policies. It just has to be making sure your product quality, reliability, security is met at scale. And if you can't have AI systems that can, serve with that high level of trust, how are you going to win? So I think for me, like I always am perplexed when either this narrative around governance is going to slow you down. I mean, we've seen from history, cybersecurity, DevSecOps, all those is all about having a framework to make faster decisions. And AI governance is that framework to make faster decisions to ensure quality, reliability, security of these AI systems.
You mentioned cyber. I'm curious to hear what can we learn from other technologies, from other, maybe not even technologies, but financial auditing, sort of just other parts of what a corporation has to do, the aspects that we already are used to governing, to measuring, to auditing. What are the learnings there?
A lot. So I would say, if you think about, even from the financial sector, you have these different levels of audit requirements and oversight and risk requirements. And we are seeing that similarly in cybersecurity, if you make that an enterprise priority, if you actually have your board ask for that independent audit of these AI systems, if you're actually ensuring third-party evaluation, something that we've been very excited about in the AI action plan is the requirement or the need for standards and evaluation. I think that's just going to become more and more paramount as we especially go into this agentic world. You have these agents getting launched and doing a lot of autonomous actions. How do you evaluate the quality of those systems? So I think there's a lot of lessons from especially cybersecurity that we are now bringing into, and even privacy that we are bringing into AI governance, from third-party audit, third-party evaluations, robust standards, enterprise requirements, and the need for independent audit at the enterprise level.
And by the way, who's bringing you into these companies? Where does it come from? Is it the board level? Is it?
So I would say, and mostly it's a top-down mandate. And I think first and foremost, we are seeing that because the brands we work with are massive global enterprises, the boards are sort of waking up to the recognition that they can't play, defense. They have to be the firefighters in this, dictating what that AI strategy is, and a big part of that AI strategy is having the right governance. The second is also, I would say, C-level. So we work a lot with chief data officers, CIOs, little bit now CISOs as well. And what's becoming very clear is they understand that it is not going to be the remit of one functional tower. AI is so cross-functional. You're using AI in hiring, you're using it for third-party risk management, you're using it for customer support, you're using it for fraud. So when AI is impacting so many business lines, it becomes a very multi-stakeholder initiative. So we are seeing at the executive level councils getting formed around AI to really inform not only the strategy, but also what the guardrails and reliability metrics are going to look like.
You talked about the regulatory piece being just that, a piece of kind of overall governance, but it's a critical one. What are most of the companies you speak with, what are they looking for when it comes to more of a concrete framework, federal or state level?
It's interesting because it really depends upon, are they in regulated or unregulated sector? So if you are coming from a regulated sector, it is important part of the business. And what they're really looking for is more context and use case specific guardrails. Because again, if you're using a foundation model, which by very nature is dual purpose, can be applied to multiple different applications, it doesn't matter just the guardrails that you have at the model level. You have to start thinking about when that model is applied to, let's say, a predictive portfolio management system versus a customer support management system, what are the guardrails you need to have in place? So most of, I would say, the regulated clients are looking for context and use case specific guardrails and standards. On the unregulated side, I would say it's a little bit of Wild West right now, because they are really just looking to understand, how do I create the baseline for what is a good governance and risk management mechanism for AI look like, and before they start getting into the use case and context specific guardrails.
Okay, and then real quick, you mentioned the example of the chatbot who was recommending competitive products. Give us just a real brief example of an innovation, some kind of feature application that you've seen from one of your customers that you think, having the right guardrails, the right governance in place allowed.
Yeah, so one of our customers is in hiring. And they've actually used a lot of AI, not just predictive ML, but true Gen AI applications to make hiring decisions. And what has been really interesting is I would say that their AI systems actually are helping look across demographic profiles much more effectively to recommend talent for the companies. Because previously, if you're hiring for, let's say, an engineering role, maybe most likely you would not be picking certain demographics over others. So I think they've done a phenomenal job in, again, evaluating on reliability, fairness, transparency across these systems so that their hiring systems are making much more effective decisions.
Well, Navrina, thank you so much. You have a way of making governance sound so interesting, so I appreciate you being here with us.
Well, I hope it is interesting going into 2026.
It's certainly important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pivoting here, we're going to talk AI, defense, and national security with Lucas Zinger, founder, president, CEO of Divergent Technologies. Come on in, guys. And Teresa Carlson, president of the General Catalyst Institute. Welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Hello. Okay. Great to see you both. Thank you for being here. I want to start out by just asking you to help us understand, we're talking about defense and manufacturing and policy and AI, and just how do these all kind of fit together? Teresa, maybe we'll start with you. How do you think about it?
Well, thanks for having me here. I love when we do these convenings because it's important to get policymakers together with innovators to actually have these discussions. And for us, we actually launched the General Catalyst Institute a year ago in September. And we represent over 1,000 companies almost now at General Catalyst globally in areas from defense, industrial, intelligence, financial services, healthcare, all highly regulated industry. And when you start talking about national security and defense, it's critical that you're able to combine the idea of what's the right policy with the right technology. And if we're not able to bring these technologies to our lawmakers and our warfighters, how do they know what's happening? They're busy. So our job is actually to make sure that we put founders like you in front of the lawmakers, make sure that they have access to them, understand what's happening, because if we don't have a framework that makes sense for lawmakers in our Department of War, our intelligence community to make these decisions about companies, we're really missing the point. And I'll just, one more thing on this. If we ever thought, in my 25 years of working with public sector, I would have never thought that technology would move this fast. From Microsoft to Amazon to here, there was a day when we would launch one service every 3 years and thought that was a big deal when I was at Microsoft years ago. And now look, we're companies are launching thousands of services per month, per quarter, and it's really hard to keep up. So you need a policy framework that allows for that flexibility. And that's really why you need to have these dialogues. You need to have open communication because speed matters for us here in America if we want to stay competitive.
Great. Lucas?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And with the lens of my role as the CEO of Divergent, we look at policy from a scale perspective as well. So what is enabling companies like us to lean forward, raise more capital, and take risks to move faster? And what is hindering us? And good policy and effective policy is going to enable us to make choices to move faster, to ultimately have a larger impact. So to give a very specific example, when we talk about AI, we think about, okay, one of our main end products are airframes for munition platforms, airframes for missiles and unmanned aircraft systems. How can we find policy around AI that enables for more rapid manufacturing and also certification of those systems? And that's policy that could allow us to actually get better products into the market more quickly. So there's a huge intersection and need for communication between private sector, the policy side, and enough understanding in the technology on both sides where you can make impactful products more quickly.
Yeah. And Lucas, just real quick for people in the room who don't know, give us just the 1 or 2 line pitch for what the company actually does.
Absolutely. So Divergent's 10 years old. We started as a deep technology business, which is very important to realize. We spent hundreds of millions of dollars developing what we call DAPS, the Divergent Adaptive Production System, and it really is a world first in that it combines 3 main processes into one digital manufacturing system. So we've combined AI and machine learning driven design optimization, where we can take requirements for a system, say it's a car chassis or a cruise missile, take the requirements for the performance, upload that into these microservices, into this software engine, and say 18 hours of compute time later, have a Pareto optimal, an optimal design for that platform, for that system. Take that, have engineered it in full simulation for the manufacturing process, then actually realize that design. And there we've actually built our own 3D printing systems. It's America's fastest 3D printer. It's the world's fastest 3D printer. We can print virtually any structure from an auto chassis to a munition airframe, and we can do so at rate. And then we've taken our last piece of DAPS, which is robotic assembly. So you can imagine, say, 10 large 3D printed metal pieces that are now coming into a robotic assembly cell and without any fixturing and tooling being assembled into the final structure. If you squeeze those 3 things together, AI-driven generative design, 3D printing of metallics at rate and at good unit cost, and automated assembly, now you have a factory model that combines 2 principles that have always been separate. Fast iteration, prototyping concepts, with unit cost of mass manufacturing. The Ford assembly line matched with the principles of rapid prototyping, squeezed into one system that can do both at the same time. We call that digital manufacturing, and that's what we've applied to the industry. So we operate horizontally across great product companies like McLaren and Aston Martin and Bugatti on the auto side, and then the large primes like the Lockheeds and the Raytheons, but also the Neo Primes and the newcomers, and act as their engineering as a service partner and their manufacturing as a service partner.
Well, you do not look like someone who started a company 10 years ago. So you're 7 years old at the time, I'm sure. But thank you for that explanation. I want to go back. I think you both touched on sort of the importance of having the right policies in place from a national security and an innovation perspective to spur everything that we're seeing and that's needed. How have those interactions changed over the last few years, would you say? And Teresa, I'll start with you. I mean, you've been kind of at that intersection, private sector, public sector for a long time. So talk to us about what shifts you're seeing there.
I mean, huge. It's like, you know, the shifts are so profound for us in America and around the world. And it is all being driven by our economy is powered by technology. What we do every day is powered by technology, and the change in rate and speed that's occurring, lawmakers and government leaders have a hard time wrapping their head around it. And I've said for a long time, my philosophy has always been, you want to work very proactively with lawmakers in the federal government agencies, state agencies, and I've done this at a global scale, because they have their heads down every day trying to, you know, it's hard, right? And we've got to make it a bit easier by bringing visibility to them of actually what's happening. Just the example you were talking about at your company, that speeds up a process that we need for Department of War right now. The capabilities of mission means that we're going to have to develop, as an example, drones much faster. They get shot down, we need to replenish them. Boats are going to be shot, we have to replenish those things. We have to have a manufacturing process that allows for artificial intelligence, fast iteration, and time to market. And we don't, and one of your points that's changed, I was just at Secretary Heggs's Arsenal of Freedom, Arsenal of War speech that he did, I think it was November 7th. And I was so excited because, look, they've got to implement all this stuff, But I've been here during the time that it's just taken forever to get a program out, protest, people, who's going to work with this, it just takes so long, the process. And if they can implement this, the speed to delivery and efficiency will be profound for us. And to your point, that's got to be a combination of what is required in the field from that warfighter every day. How does Department of War get that out to them, and to make sure that policies are not impeding the ability to move that forward fast? And again, back to, we have founders like this every day that are creating these really transformative technologies that we need to make sure we are getting them front and center to our lawmakers so that they have the opportunity to make these fast choices.
Yeah, agree wholeheartedly. And what I've seen as the biggest change is the sense of urgency, the pace at which individuals on the policy side want to move, and the united voice that change is needed has really come about, I'd say, in a way that our business has felt maybe 2 years ago or so, and then the last year has really accelerated. And I'm talking with a defense-specific angle here. And that level of urgency drives progress very rapidly. And when you have individuals that understand a layer deeper what the limiting factors are, and they're not just looking at the fully integrated system, but they want to address the bottlenecks that are bottlenecking the industry at large, also the sub-suppliers, from material availability to AI and the technology used in process for design to manufacturing capacity, and they want to address those factors head on. That's where you can see a lot of leverage and real collaboration with private industry.
Can you talk a little bit more, Lucas, about the shifts in manufacturing specifically? And obviously, this is a place where AI plays a role and is hugely important to national security. We're reading and hearing so much about the importance of manufacturing, especially critical products here in the U.S. But talk about this notion of kind of dual-use factories, which is very much what you guys do, and just how that emphasis has shifted so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think dual use is the only way that you are going to get to low unit economics, or good unit economics, low unit cost, and high rate for defense production. You need an elastic method for manufacturing at rate, which means you also need a demand offtake that can be commercial. So in our sense, we do auto production for all the large OEMs, and one of our factories could be running 100% on automotive, and the next day it could shift to 100% defense. And that's a powerful concept, and that also means our business is not only being underwritten by defense demand, it's being underwritten by commercial demand. And that's important for investor sets as well over long capital cycles, and especially in manufacturing where CapEx is part of the equation. So dual use is a way to be resilient. It's a way to stay at the tip of the spear of innovation, and therefore have the best technology go to defense as well. If we break away and go in isolation over a long period of time, we'll fall behind. If we stay competitive with commercial industry at the same time and have a lane into defense, then we can stay innovative and fast.
Can I say something on this? Because this is a really good point. A big change that you've seen here in Washington, D.C. is that private capital has come into the market so much more to help build these companies. We at General Callis, we look at this more long term. I remember early on in my career where we couldn't get venture capital to invest in defense, anything. We're like, really? Like, if you're at a big tech, you're like, come on in, build, invest. Well, now you have venture capital firms and transformative companies like GC that are investing, and they're looking at the long term. They're not saying, hey, we expect just a really quick return. We are willing to take a chance because we need to do that here in America. And this is really important because when the private capital comes into these markets, especially for things like manufacturing, you need a combination of two things. Or three things. You need capital, you need the companies that are making this work, and you need to make sure that you have the right policies that allow it to move much faster. But I just wanted to say a big change that you've seen is private capital coming into the market to help move this along faster. And they're not asking for government to do their R&D work. And one example of, we were talking about this earlier, we invest in a company called Slate, and they're part of Rebuild Manufacturing, which is rebuilding American manufacturing, just what you're doing. They're doing this here in the United States. And Slate is a car that's $26,000. It's the cheapest American-made car that you can buy here at a 5-star security rating. Well, that's unheard of. And we've got to do more of that here in America if we want to bring back this industrial base. So it's good technology, great capital, and government support to really make it move fast.
And Teresa, on that note, what are some of the other areas that you, as an investment firm, see as really critical and compelling and viable and for potential good returns here?
Well, we just, Scott Howell, who used to run JSOC, and I just put out an op-ed today on the Hill about how do you make defense and acquisition arsenal? How do you use acquisition to really move this along fast? And for us, we're investing in a combination. We look at it as a framework model of how we move things along in a rapid transformation. And let me say what I mean by that. When I was working in cloud computing, we had this whole model where we thought things needed to move fast, but they actually move slower than we would like. Today, in artificial intelligence, you see the demand to move so much faster than you did in moving to cloud. So you had cloud, now you have AI. And so for us, we're seeing the need for transformation of industries. And for us, we're all about taking these companies that we work with, putting an orchestration layer in place and saying, look, here's 10 companies that you can bundle and go do AI transformation and do it very quickly, very efficiently through experimentation. Don't spend a whole lot of money, do it fast, try it through iteration. So for us, it's about how do we take industries and use applied AI to move them fast. And your topic today just could not be more timely on how do we do that through defense and intelligence. We've seen Secretary Hegseth and Department of War put this layer in place, right, that they're saying we're doing transformation. We're not just going to use the traditional model. We're going to do an evolved model of system integration. We're going to put an agile model in for capital allocation. So if we do all that, you bring these right technologies to the table, we've always won, but we can be way ahead and we can have a very unfair advantage, which we want here in America at war fighting.
Okay. I have to ask a question about China because it seems like it has to come up in every session today. But I do want to ask specifically about the use, the implementation of robotics. And Lucas, I'll start with you. There are recent reports that China has installed 295,000 industrial robots last year, which, according to these reports, is nearly 9 times as many as in the U.S. How should we be thinking about this? I know there are reports that say all sorts of things, but contextualize it for us. How much of a concern is that? And in what ways do you see the U.S. as having an advantage on the manufacturing side? We hear a lot about the disadvantages, of course, but the kind of manufacturing that you're doing is very different.
Yeah, I'd say highly concerned about China in general, and we should definitely be taking that very, very serious. When we look at the installed additive base and robotics base in Asia, in China specifically, it eclipses the US by maybe an order of magnitude. And that's a fact. If you look at over the past 10 years, how our share of manufacturing has gone down in terms of global manufacturing share, and China's has gone up, it's incredibly dramatic. And we have created partially that problem ourselves. Now we're very interested in reversing it. What I will say on the bright side is, for example, on the manufacturing side, Divergent is a step change. It's a leapfrog solution. They have scaled the analog and they have scaled the advanced analog as well, right? But robotics and 3D printing have been around for a long time. They've scaled that effectively, but I would still call that analog technology. What Divergent has done on the engineering software side, the manufacturing side with 3D printers that are say 14 times the rate of the average machine that's in China, and on the assembly side is still a complete technology step forward from where they are. And if we put our capital behind that and we scale that system, I think we will have a more advanced, more elastic, and better performing manufacturing base than they do. But no, we can't compete on analog and traditional with China. We've lost that game already. We need to back next generation technology and create that leapfrog solution.
Yeah, I agree. Where we win is there's no place like the United States of America that produces the best entrepreneurs that don't mind failure, because you heard him. We see so many entrepreneurs that start with one idea. The best entrepreneurs actually start with an idea and it evolves. Like it evolves through their learning. And in America, we do this better than anywhere else in the world. Everybody wants to come here and set their company up. So if we use these capabilities in the right way, I hate to kind of keep going back to the same model, but key for us here is to back these transformative technologies through the right capital, make sure we have a top-line focus at the government level. That's the reason I'm pushing hard. We need a federal framework for artificial intelligence so we do not slow these companies down. We do not want to put a lid on our innovation here in the United States. But if we do that, we have a focus and we have government investing as well, not asking them to spend, but they're alongside capital markets doing this investing. Capital markets are going to come along. These founders are going to come along. But we've got to keep talking about at the top line level why this stuff is important. And then I worry about it a lot less because I've seen this now for so many years, how quickly we can innovate in America. And founders they just keep coming at us every day. We're like, what? Look at these amazing companies, these amazing ideas. And for us, it's about demonstrating to lawmakers why this matters. We want lawmakers to be as good and as proficient at understanding this stuff as we are. Because when we're like that, then we're going to be moving so much faster.
Well, I was going to ask about just any kind of final parting call to action words, but I think you summarized it pretty well there. So Teresa, Lucas, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to move along to vibe coding. This is an AI-assisted software development, which you may all be familiar with. I would like to welcome Scott Dietzen to the stage. Come on over. Executive Chair of Augment Code and former CEO of Pure Storage, to talk all about vibe coding, future of software, and whatever else is on your mind, Scott.
Thanks for having me, Michal.
Thank you for being here. Let's start with just like super basic level. Just give us I think everybody's familiar with vibe coding, probably, there's a spectrum in here, but give us your definition of what it is.
Yes, so the concept of vibe coding is for a non-software engineer to be able to write a simple language description of what they would like and then have an AI craft a piece of software that does what they're asking for. It turns out to work really well for small, well-contained problems. At least with the current state of AI, if you try to build a really large, complicated program, it's not so good for that. So there was this supposition that we're just going to throw away all of the software that we've written over the past 50 years, and we're going to start over with just natural language, and then everything magic is going to happen for us. And so I think the reality of vibe coding is it's really good for those small problems, and it helps bring a lot of people into understanding what software is. But there's so much more value in our existing software that we want to be able to take advantage of. And that's where I think the real AI opportunity is, right? Is to take this, software that, most software sucks, right? It's hard to use, it's fragile. I think we lost $2 trillion in economic output due to software failures. It's insecure, it's too slow. And so I think the hope of AI is to go way beyond vibe coding and actually fix software.
Okay, so take a step back. You said software sucks. Not all of it, I'm sure. But you have said that it's broken. And so how did we get there in the first place? And explain a little bit more about what you mean about this lost productivity and what the problems are as it exists today.
So I've had the opportunity to spend my career helping build big, complicated software systems, and it's really hard. There's so much detail, manifest in these large applications, and then you try to bring a team of engineers in to work on them with very different knowledge, different experience, and you can make a change here that impacts, the other side of the code base, and so it's hard to build them initially. These are maybe the most complex things that humans have created, and then it's really, really hard to maintain them and evolve them going forward. And so, as AI emerged over the past 10 years, we saw this opportunity to bring that technology to bear to hopefully fix software. I think we can get to a place where we have an abundance of software, right? Where our software can be high quality, easy to use, it won't be missing features that we want to have. So I think there's this chance to solve software and to make software a lot more resilient by incorporating AI technology into the software.
So how exactly, what are the different ways that AI can help with some of these problems, and talk about augment and sort of how that fits in here too?
Yeah, so we started, we're almost like the anti-vibe coding company, because we set out to help an engineer understand a really large code base. And so, we look at these large code bases, we understand their history, how they're evolving, and then we help the engineer move that code base forward. And we can look at lots of different information, right? We can look at when you check in a change for software, generally in business critical settings, some engineer does a code review of your change to make sure it's okay. Well, now AI can take a look at that code and say, does it conform to security best practices? Do I see any obvious errors inside of that software? And give the engineer feedback before another human has to look at it. That simple pre-check turns out to save organizations a ton of time and a ton of lost productivity over broken builds. When a system breaks, an AI can wake up in the middle of the night and take a look at the situation, and then before a human engineer is woken up and has to try to decide what's going on. And so there's the chance to remove a bunch of the really tedious, frustrating tasks that engineers don't like doing. But key is humans are deeply involved in this process. Think of the human engineer as being the technical lead and coaching the AI and pointing the AI in the right directions. We still think we're a very good way off from AI being able to manage all of this itself.
So did we kind of get ahead of ourselves here? Is that what happened with vibe coding?
No, I think it turns out, generative AI is really good with text, and programs are text. And so I think it's one of the most highly valued economic use cases so far. And there's a shortage of programs, right? People want software to be able to do things, and there aren't enough programmers to go around to deliver that. And so, we've seen this huge explosive growth and a lot more applications running in the world. I'm just making the point that it's going to get a lot better as the AI becomes capable of taking our large, complex government and business systems and being able to evolve those, not just write fun little toy programs.
How fast do you think this will move? How fast will it get that much better?
It is stunning, the level of progress. The market has grown so explosively. We just launched an agent earlier this year. When we launched the agent, near the beginning of the year, it was able to take on a task that might take a human developer 15, 20 minutes. Now it can do 2-3 hours worth of work, right? So it's literally order of magnitude productivity improvement over the last 12 months. That's how fast these models are getting better.
So real talk, how do developers feel about this? I think we talked about other jobs, other parts of the workforce. What do you hear from developers, from companies that are implementing this?
So in general, the developers are extremely receptive to this. Developers are skeptical, but they're techie, and they love having a new toy that helps them. And software, again, it's really hard. Like you're scared every time you touch a piece of software, you're going to do something wrong and it's going to break. And so having a coach that is an expert in your code base, that's looking over your shoulder and advising you, it's like having the chief architect always available to bounce ideas off of and to get insight on how the code base works, especially a novice coming in. It's a supremely difficult thing to ramp up, 18 months to get to full productivity in these very complex code bases. With AI, you can short circuit that to just a couple of months.
We heard from Navrina earlier on governance, and I'm curious to hear where you think the state of things are when it comes to vibe coding or whatever you want to call some of these tools. You mentioned accountability. How are companies putting in the right frameworks internally as they deploy more and more of these tools?
So, first of all, we always have a human in the loop, right? So we're not doing self-driving today. So we really do want that human to be an active participant. And this is one of the dangers, right? We're naturally lazy. Developers are lazy just like everyone else. And so, we get these situations where the AI suggests code and the developer assumes it's right. You want to be a lot more skeptical. And so, we try to teach, our teams challenge the AI, have the AI come up with a couple of different solutions. The nice thing about software, though, is you can run it and get feedback and see if it actually works. And so that signal that goes back into the process, gives you much better outcomes, I would say. We don't, in our domain, especially as these models focus on just software development, there's a lot less risk I see for governance, as long as we have those humans in the loop. It turns out AI can do a pretty good job looking after security policies, finding bugs in existing code, and making the human a better developer in terms of yielding better, more reliable software. I'm sure there are plenty of places where AI introduces bugs. We do see that, but with careful oversight and a lot of testing, we're getting much better software and we're getting it out a lot more productively. And I think that's what the programmers, why they're so excited about this tech, right? Is it helps them, removes a bunch of the tedium from their lives. It helps them be more productive. They have more fun and they get better software out of the end of the process.
My mom got her start in tech as a debugger, and so I'm sure if she was still working now, would welcome these tools. But I asked you how developers are receptive or not receptive to this. Give a very positive response. I am curious to hear more about just some of the changes that need to happen in the workplace as these are implemented. Is there a cultural shift? Is it a process shift? Like, what needs to happen to really effectively deploy these?
Yeah, there's kind of an evolution that engineers go through, right? One, you can just start typing and the AI will actually do command completion for you, right? So that's a very simple thing. It gets a lot more interesting when you start having a conversation, like a chat with an AI about the code base, and as long as that AI is informed and knowledgeable, you can find out things like inside of Augment, I've started typing something and Augment said, hey, wait, this function already exists in your code base. Don't you want to reuse it rather than add new code? This is one of the big problems with AI. It makes it so easy to add code. We're seeing code bases just start growing and proliferating, and that's not what you want, right? The nirvana for an engineer is to delete code that you no longer want, because then you're removing a potential source of bugs and security by making that more narrow. And as this evolution continues, eventually engineers move into this role where they act like the tech lead and they start delegating tasks to the AI. They say, I hate writing tests. Go write me some tests and then run those tests and show me what the coverage looks like to make sure it's working. And so being able to take sort of the tasks that don't require a lot of insight, that are repetitive and boring, and being able to delegate those down to the AI just makes the engineer's life that much more fun. And engineers don't write good tests. AI actually writes better tests on average than engineers because engineers think their code is right, whereas the AI can be a bit more challenging.
We've seen some tech CEOs mandate vibe coding, mandate that some, or say at least project that, X% of their code is going to be written by AI by whatever year. Do you think those projections that you're seeing out there, is that the right way to think about it? And do you think that they're accurate, that they're likely to happen?
So, at least at Augment, a considerable amount of the code now is written by AIs, but under the oversight of an architect or engineers who is, challenging the AI to come up with something and then saying, hey, change it. And so I almost describe it as meta programming, right? Rather than writing the code yourself, you're describing what you want and then telling the AI to go off and change things. And that turns out to be a great way to develop. It's a natural approach for architects to take, and I think they get a lot more productive. I think part of the reason engineers are still welcoming this technology is that it is so hard to do these things in teams. I'm sure there are going to be companies that are going to say, okay, with increased productivity, we can cut our programming staffs. But I think the abundance argument would say instead, there's so much more software capability that our business, our organization could benefit from. So why don't we go deliver all the software of our dreams rather than trying to cut costs and just deliver the same mediocre software we've been delivering up until now?
If you look out 10 years from now, and if things sort of roll out as you would like them to, what do you think the future holds? Talk to us about the role that AGI could play here, about having fully autonomous code writing agents out there doing a good job. What does that world look like?
So, while our models continue to get better at the same pace, I think the current approach where we try to build, single large models that understand all aspects of the world makes sense, right? Because we're on this really steep curve. However, I expect that curve to start to plateau unless we come up with new algorithmic breakthroughs that, help these models, better understand the real world, help them generalize. I mean, we are so much better at generalizing than these models are. They need a lot more data to learn things. So without those algorithmic breakthroughs, if our models start to plateau, what I expect to happen is a lot more specialization of these models. Like, it doesn't make sense that, your software AI knows all of medieval history and is an expert in Shakespeare, right? So we can distill down a bunch of that knowledge and we'll get a lot more focused AIs that are cheaper to run in each of these disciplines that organizations need access to. And I think that will also reduce the burden of regulatory oversight because, those models are not going to cause harm if they're just in other areas, if they're just expert in software engineering. So that's kind of how I expect things to shake out, is we're going to see the models start to plateau and then a lot more value is going to go into the data layer and into the applications that work there. I do see an abundant world of software where we're just much more delighted with the software, and we can have software that does anything that humanity desires of it.
So you are bullish on software sucking less in the future?
Yes.
Is what you would say?
I am convinced the job of a software engineer is going to suck a lot less, and we're going to get much better software out the back.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us. Fascinating conversation.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Good to see you. We are moving along to our next guest. Veteran news anchor Campbell Brown is co-founder and CEO of Forum AI, a venture she just recently launched and will tell us all about. Come on up. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here. Hi, everyone.
Okay, so I think the obvious question is just what is Forum AI and what drove you to launch it?
Yeah, I've had a strange career, but I think it all makes sense to where it's led me. I've spent most of my career trying to get information right. I was an anchor for CNN and NBC before that, and then I ran news at Facebook, now Meta. And now I'm focused on what this means in an AI world. And it was 3-something years ago when ChatGPT was released, and I remember at that moment realizing this is going to be the door through which information is going to flow in the future, and it's not great at the information that it's delivering today. And then I watch my kids, I have 2 teenagers, adopt the technology immediately and begin using ChatGPT for everything, every question they had, never checking the sources. And sometimes the answers were good, sometimes they were biased, sometimes they were just confidently wrong, and trying to figure out how we improve the quality of that information. If this really is going to be the funnel through which information flows, and it's whether you use Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT or any of these tools, they are deciding the sources of information that you will get. They're synthesizing that information. And in my view, they have to do a much better job of it.
So explain how you go about doing this at Forum.
Yeah, so what we have done, and I think it's important to first understand the challenge that these large language models have today, which is access to every piece of information on the internet, but they have a very hard time finding signal in the noise. So it's identifying what is credible when you're evaluating the entire internet, and you'll often see, a great piece of analysis written by some think tank mixed together with a Reddit thread on the same subject, delivering you the output. And when that's the problem, you, in my view, address it with people. So what we have done, and it's very simple, but it's sort of radical, I think, in this industry, is take a group of the smartest people I know or I can find in different subject matter areas, and we focused primarily on politics, geopolitics, foreign affairs, mostly because that's the world I know. And then we've begun looking at mental health issues because that's become a huge use case, especially with teenagers asking mental health questions as well as personal finance. And then what we do is we have built benchmarks that evaluate the answers the model gives in these different areas. And then our experts will review those outputs and score them essentially on areas like accuracy. We have a whole bunch of criteria, but the source selection, the perspectives that are represented, tone when it involves things like mental health, and essentially come up with a score that then we can share with the model companies so that they can hopefully improve their outputs. A big problem we have today is that there aren't really, or they're certainly not required, to do independent evaluation. So they're all doing their own internal evaluations of their models and the answers they give, but there's no one sort of doing that in an independent way. So, for example, over the last few weeks, you had 2 of the big model companies in the context of the administration and a lot of people in Congress saying, we've got to do something about woke AI and the bias in AI. And 2 of the big companies put out reports saying, we've evaluated our systems and our models are not biased. And it's like, okay, well, so you're grading your own homework. Great. That's not sustainable. And it doesn't make sense. I mean, we don't let, banks are regulated. We don't let pharmaceutical companies approve drugs or food, safety isn't determined by the food companies. There has to be some kind of independent evaluation, and that's what we're trying to move toward. I think there is some openness to it. We're working with a couple of the companies now who want honest and genuine feedback. And I think in the long term, this really is about not just, making Congress happy or the administration happy. It's about building trust. If you want to build a business and you want consumers to trust your models or enterprise to trust your models, you do need to improve and get it better. And I think everyone who's using these tools has had their own experience with getting answers that are wildly off base, and they're not there yet, and I think they recognize it.
Before I want to get back to the concept of why grading your own homework doesn't work, but I am curious to hear from you and what you found. does AI bias tend to, where it exists, tend to lean one way or another ideologically on the spectrum? What have you found so far?
I think most of the research has shown that the models tend to lean left, and that's been replicated now a number of times. But it's not quite that simple. I think it's often what we have found a lot about nuance and source selection, and it's not all just right and left anymore. And when we look at foreign policy, we try to evaluate the different perspectives represented, and it's, think about Ukraine and Russia. You may have a pro-NATO interventionist perspective represented in an answer, but no sort of isolationist viewpoint. And that's not right-left per se. And I think we've oversimplified it in a lot of ways, that it's not only just are they left-leaning, are they right-leaning, but are they capturing sort of the broader context that's needed to get an answer and capturing the nuance. And I think you can only do that with people who have real subject matter expertise. And that's part of the problem is, when these companies say, we're solving these problems ourselves, it's like, okay, so there's an engineer in Silicon Valley who is making a determination about whether this is a pro-NATO interventionist perspective. I would rather have Neil Ferguson and Fareed Zakaria arguing about that than having engineers in Silicon Valley make that decision. Same with, the government shutdown. When they're trying to come up with an answer that gives you the nuance of what's really going on and what people are on both sides of the aisle trying to achieve, you have engineers who are correcting those answers to get the model to a better place. Well, we have Kevin McCarthy. I'd rather hear his point of view on what's really going on. And I think if you can develop, and we've tried to build, our expert network is bipartisan. And again, in this polarized world, there's no way you're ever going to make everybody happy. But we have tried to find people across the political spectrum. We've partnered with most all of the think tanks in Washington, again, across the political spectrum, on health issues, the Cleveland Clinic, Mount Sinai, to try to bring those viewpoints in, which is just a deeper, richer, kind of information that's essentially curated for the LLMs so that they don't have to sort of search the entire internet and find the signal in that noise. And I think that's important. We're seeing a lot of improvement in what we've done so far.
By the way, some of what you were describing to me earlier about the work that you do for those nonprofits, it's basic. It's not brain surgery here, where it's even the way that they structure their web pages, optimizing that so that these models are picking up on, like you said, the signal, separating the signal from the noise. Can you just briefly describe that work?
Yeah, for think tanks in particular, it's different for news organizations because they have a business model so they're often protecting their content from being scraped. A lot of the nonprofits, especially in the think tank world, want to get their content out there, want people to see it, and so they want to figure out how to optimize for these systems so that they identify it and use it. And part of the problem is actually structuring it and annotating the content in a way that the LLM can interpret it more accurately and give proper attribution. And so we have trained our own models to do this annotation so that it is, and then we can provide the content directly to the LLMs, but it's just easier for a large language model to read and to understand, if that makes sense. Now, there's a danger inherent in this also, and it's going to be interesting to see how this develops because the same issues that we dealt with at Meta about foreign adversaries manipulating social media platforms, they can also do this with AI. There are lots of tricks now where you can try to optimize for an LLM using your content, and there are people who are using Reddit and Wikipedia and these sources where they're able to use very specific tactics that will make the LLM be more apt to reach for that content. I'm oversimplifying, but hopefully that makes sense. And that becomes a little dangerous, when you see people trying to manipulate the LLMs, especially around sort of breaking news moments. And I think that's something we should be watching carefully. But I do think even simple things, and news publishers, I care deeply about the news business, and I would like to see them succeed. And hopefully we'll get to a point where these big model companies are paying for news, but even news publishers have to evolve and learn that we're in a new world, and you have to optimize your content differently so that it is used by these tools. Because I hate to say it, but my kids are probably never going to go to the New York Times website. I don't think they ever have, actually. This is the path forward, and I think you've got to figure out, if you care about credible information, how you end up, in partnership with these companies, because this sort of old business model that we've had for so long is going away in the next year to two, if not sooner.
Back to this concept of needing external evaluation, not grading your own homework for some of these companies. Talk to us about your learnings from your time at Meta. Obviously, social media companies were and are still, to some extent, criticized heavily for bias, misinformation, for, there have been different attempts at content moderation. Do you automate? Do you use humans? Combination. So what are some of the learnings that you're taking from your time at Meta and being in that world to what you're doing now?
A lot. So one thing I would say is social media optimizes for engagement. If you look at my Instagram, it is nothing but puppies and babies. I got so sick of politics in my Instagram feed, I just was liking everything that was a puppy and a baby, and I have the best Instagram feed now. LLMs don't work that way. They're optimizing for predictability. Or as I was sort of explaining before, what they've been trained on, or what's the easiest thing for them to find. And that's a little bit different, but can have its own challenges related to that. It's still, you will, if it's not trained on a broad set of information or perspectives, it's not going to give you that. The other lesson to me is around transparency, which is, this was always, the social media companies have always been so protective of algorithms and how they make decisions around what you see in your social media feed. I think Meta has learned that lesson and gotten much more open about how the algorithms work and given you much more control over how you can change your algorithm to make it be whatever you want it to be. And I think in this new world we're in, transparency about how these LLMs operate, how they're choosing their sources, how they're being trained, on what data they're being trained on is essential. And there is a real lack of transparency. The last thing I would mention, just in terms of learnings, is trust. If you lose people's trust, it is really hard to get it back. And Meta, we went through a very challenging time when I was there around news, but a whole host of issues. And it was years of a lot of work to improve that relationship with users, but people in general. And these companies are incredibly important and incredibly powerful. And if they lose people's trust by inaccurate information or things that happen in crisis moments, and we're seeing that, where some of these, it's been awful to see these teenagers who've committed suicide because, some model has engaged them around mental health issues in a way that's inappropriate. Things are going to start happening, and I think if they don't get ahead of this and figure out how to address these issues early on and be transparent to ensure that trust, that will lead to huge problems later.
I wish we would have had more time to dive a little bit deeper into the mental health side, because that is so critical, so important. I'm glad you guys are turning your attention there as well. But thank you so much, Campbell. Thank you for all the important work that you guys are doing.
Great to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, we are moving along. Now joining me are Justin Kintz, Head of Global Public Policy at Alphabet-owned Waymo, and Leah Perry, VP of Legal, Chief Privacy Officer, and Global Head of Public Policy at Box. Hello. Actually, my first question is, I just have to make sure, is it Leah or Leia?
It's Leah.
Leah, okay, because every Leah and Leia I know really minds it when you get it wrong, so Leah.
Yes.
All right, first real question to you guys. You're both with very different tech companies, very different products, so I just want to hear a little bit from each of you on, just what are the priorities? How do your respective companies think about policy and AI? And Leah, let's start with you.
Yeah, so part of the way that we think about policy and AI is making sure what was rightfully said in the last panel, which is building and protecting our customer trust. We serve over 65% of all Fortune 500 companies, state, local governments, federal agencies, and the list goes on. And so having that trust be at the top and forefront of everything that we do is absolutely critical. From the building Box Shield, which is an AI-powered security mechanism that acts even faster and more powerful by harnessing the power of AI, to building AI agents with security and privacy and compliance in mind, especially as a company that has met some of the highest levels of privacy, security, and compliance, such as reaching FedRAMP High certification. So that is critical for what we do, which is why we started our AI governance program early. Meaning, at the moment that we were considering Gen AI adoption and all of the power that comes with it to apply it to our customers' content and enable them to leverage the power of AI, we built out our AI governance program first.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Waymo's mission is to be the world's most trusted driver, and hopefully you've heard of Waymo, but we are the
How many of you have been in a Waymo without a driver, by the way? Okay, it's coming to DC. You're coming.
They're all here safe and sound, notably. Yeah, coming to DC soon,
Next
we
year.
hope. And hopefully, if this event happens this time next year, you'll all will have arrived here in a Waymo. But our mission is to be the world's most trusted driver, and we are the leading driverless car technology company in the world today. We are using AI to help power a really incredible system that gets you where you need to go without a driver. And if you're like me, you grew up thinking of the future as a place where all these fantastic things would be happening, including flying cars and food that materializes out of nothing and self-driving cars. And it is now finally happening. The future is here. And we are really proud that we're operating now commercially in 5 cities in the US, San Francisco, LA, Phoenix, Austin, Atlanta, and we've announced recently that we're launching in 20 more very soon. And in fact, this morning, we announced 5 new cities that we intend to launch in soon: St. Louis, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. And we are very proud that we have increased safety already on the roads. I think it should come as a surprise to no one that roads are dangerous places. Whether it's for pedestrians or people in automobiles. And the whole cause for Waymo is to be safer than a human driver. If we fail at that, there's no need to have the company. And so we've worked very hard on building the technology over the last 16 years. The company was founded out of a group that won the DARPA Grand Challenge in 2009. And 10 years later, that technology reached a stage where Waymo felt comfortable that we could begin offering commercial rides. And in the last 5 or 6 years, it's gotten to a place where we feel like we can now scale that across the US and even globally. We've announced London and Tokyo as our first international destinations as well. So this American-made technology has already seen incredible improvements in road safety. We've driven about 96 million miles already in full autonomous mode in our active cities. and we've seen over 90% decreases in collisions, in pedestrian accidents, and we've already, probably in the time that we end up having this conversation conclude, we'll probably have prevented an injury-causing collision in one of our cities. So it's nice to know that the original theory that self-driving cars would be safer is actually proving out statistically to be true.
Thank you for that context from both of you. We've spent quite a bit of time talking here about the kind of the federal versus the state regulatory landscape and what the future could hold. Can you talk a little bit from each of your perspectives, including your previous roles prior to your current roles, because I think those are relevant too. Just what is your perspective on this question? How does it impact what you are trying to do at your respective companies? Leah.
Well, the way that I look at it, I've sat on both sides of the table. I've been honored to serve in the U.S. Congress as a senior attorney, investigating while running oversight for various different public entities as well as private. So I've been on the table of creating those regulations and digging into what is going wrong or what is going right. I've then been on the other side of working for the tech companies, for instance, like Box, and looking at how things actually work in reality. And knowing that the reality is that we are facing a huge opportunity when it comes to innovation and making sure that America is driving that innovation. But at the same time, knowing full well the jeopardy that that innovation and driving towards that is placed in, particularly when you're looking at patchworks of regulation or nation states not working together to create a common framework. So I think it's a balance between what I look for between guardrails versus spurring innovation. And so part of Box in terms of what we do is thinking ahead to get ahead of where we anticipate regulations going, what are the areas that we believe our customers would want to see to trust in us in terms of our company as the leading intelligent content management platform, but then also as we build AI agents and we customize those agents or pre-package those agents, that they know that the content in which it's operating on is operating securely within Box, that the knowledge-based decisions that are being made will not only save time for knowledge workers rather than digging through or spending 20% of your time just trying to identify information, but will actually create structure to that unstructured data. As also Chief Privacy Officer for Box, one of the things that is so important for AI when it comes to harnessing the power of it is data governance, is the data itself, making sure that the decisions that are automated, that are being made, are doing so based upon content that can be relied on. And so creating structure to that unstructured data and marrying into permission setting, content management, access controls, all within a secured platform is something that's critical for our customers. So when I look at policy, I want to make sure that that policy has a balanced approach to allow innovation to move forward without holding it back, but it's agile enough because AI is moving so quickly.
Justin?
Yeah, I spent most of my career sort of at the intersection of where the digital meets the physical, and Waymo's perhaps the best example of it yet. And you know, it's pretty interesting if you think about the long history of how people move around a city. This is the latest innovation, but there's been a lot of innovations over the last couple hundred years. It started with ferrymen taking people across the Thames River a couple hundred years ago in London, paddling you from one side to the other. Bridge was invented. Then people could start to walk across the bridge, take a horse and buggy. Horse and buggy dominated for a while, and then horse and buggy was soon replaced by the taxi industry and the automobile that came around in the early 1900s. And then sort of famously that lasted for a long time, and then Uber came to town and it started to change things a little bit there.
And you were with Uber previously?
Yes, yeah, I spent nearly a decade at Uber when going from startup phase all the way through IPO, and I get to see these evolutions happen in real time and got to go help argue for what the rules of the road should look like for this new innovation. How does it fit into the existing mobility infrastructure in a city? And Waymo now is the next generation of that too. And so we have to evolve again, and we have to say, what should the rules of the road be for driverless vehicles? And it's a very tricky question for policymakers because you're starting to think about, well, okay, how do we apply a driver's license to something that doesn't have a driver, or rather has a system as the driver? And where should that live? Should it live federally, state, local level? Because the system is operating sort of globally, and it's learning from every mile that's being driven on the road. Everything it's seeing, the system is learning not just from not just one car is learning, but that goes back to the entire fleet, and it's internalized and it's processed, and then the entire fleet of vehicles then becomes that much smarter. So we've done nearly 100 million miles across the entire fleet in autonomous mode. We've probably driven billions of miles in simulation that's powered by AI and machine learning. And because of that, we have the world's most trusted driver now, the Waymo driver, because it's seen essentially billions of things that can happen. Now, hasn't seen everything. We're still learning every day. New data is being collected, new edge cases happen. But it's certainly becoming, when you think about when your kid turns 16 and it's learning everything, that kid, he or she is learning something from the first time every mile. The Waymo is able to see something, and then globally, suddenly, it learns from it as well. So the rules of the road need to keep pace with the pace of the technology. I think policymakers have really been great so far about anticipating this technology arriving. It's now becoming more real for them because it's actually being applied to real life, real cities.
Can you, by the way, the thing you said about teenagers, I was imagining like some neural network that all 16-year-olds could be plugged into so that when one learns something, they all do, but that's not possible, unlike with computers. Yeah, oh God. But on a more serious note, can you just quickly walk us through Waymo entering a city? What is that actually, what are the steps there? Because it's very complicated, and it's not like Uber just coming into a new location.
Yeah, great question. Let's take DC, for example. So first of all, we do our best to go proactively and speak with policymakers, gauge appetites, analyze laws and regulations for, can we do this here? Will the law allow it? Some places have been more permissive than others. Some places are silent on it, but we have to at least start that conversation. Then testing falls. So we bring in, and as long as the government allows it, we begin mapping city streets. This isn't your ordinary mapping. It has to be really, really fine detail mapping, creating a three-dimensional sort of view of the world for the system. And that's being driven by human drivers at the wheel that have the instrumentation up and the mapping and data collection is happening. And they go find every nook and cranny of the city, of wherever that territory is going to be. We call it operational design domain, ODD. And then once they determine that they've successfully mapped that ODD, then they say, okay, well, we can either expand it and get bigger, or we can bring in the next stage of things as well, which is test driver that is not actually touching the wheel, and we're letting the system now learn. And the system will learn for some time. Once we feel comfortable that the system's learned that territory appropriately, then the driver is taken out, and it's a driverless testing phase. And so then at that point, the system is doing the job by itself. We're not taking passengers at that point. And typically along those lines, we've had some conversation with government to say, okay, are you ready for the next step or not? Do we have a permit for the next step or not? Once those things are aligned, then we can open it up for commercial riderless operations where you have passengers in the vehicle and no driver. So that's typically the sequence.
Okay, fascinating. Leah, I want to have you kind of help us zoom out from the local level, not just state, federal, but global, because I know it's something that you are spending a lot of time thinking on. You're, I believe, off to Qatar soon to talk about this. How does Box think about global standards, and in what areas is that critical for your business?
Yeah, global standards is frankly, it's a conversation that we're having multiple times a day. In my role, both as Chief Privacy Officer, also partnering with stakeholders to lead the AI governance program, but also in terms of public policy and regulatory digitization. One of the things that we're thinking about is, okay, how can we meet the highest bar? Where is that highest bar? what are customer expectations? Our customers believe in what we're increasingly finding, they want one platform to go to, where all of their enterprise content is found. They can automatically trust that the security measures, privacy matters, compliance measures are in place. So they're using Box as that platform, but how can we, again, think ahead so that we are already meeting the highest bar? And that comes with it transparency. It comes with it making sure that we're offering all various AI models. And I should say that we're AI agnostic in that we promise to our customers that trust in us to protect their content to equally provide the most safe and secure, most advanced models that are available in model families. And so in doing so, we're thinking, okay, not only can we provide this securely, how can we provide it in a compliant manner, particularly because so many of our customers are some of the most regulated industries in the world. And so we literally went through, as we were developing our AI governance program, and mapped into every single legislative proposal that was out there globally. And we looked at where things were headed, where we knew we could immediately meet, and what we needed to do in the future to meet that. So it was a lot of work, but it placed us ahead in the marketplace so that our customers could trust in us. And this is why I'm going back to making sure that regulators globally are working together, because it's going to take all of us to make sure that the U.S. is leading globally in AI. It's going to take all of us working in public-private partnerships. It's going to take meaningful infrastructure in place and architecture. So all of those things need to be brought together so that we can win this race as a nation and as across our allies. So that is something that I'm immediately thinking about when it comes to marrying all of the different regulations together.
By the way, we haven't really touched on agentic AI all that much. How does that change things for you, and what kind of policy issues do you need to be looking at as you enter that world more and more at Box?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with agentic AI, it's the promise of the knowledge-based worker suddenly being able to allow an AI agent to make an automated decision to make them move faster. So think marketing plans, et cetera, all of these things that normally would take hours to create can be done in more rapid pace so that they can focus on the knowledge worker, those more meaningful, comprehensive tasks that are deep dives. And so with that said, the way that we're thinking about AI agents is making sure, A, that the MCP servers that we're offering and providing are safe and secure, that the interaction with the AI agent to the content is the right content, making sure that the permission levels are therefore complied with, and then when the agent makes a decision, making sure that there is a level of human in the loop that therefore is managed by, for instance, what we call within the admin console. There's also areas in terms of the interaction between AI agents within bots and those third-party AI agents, and making sure, again, safe and secure as those AI agents are sharing information and placing it within bots, all directed by our respective customer.
We spoke earlier a bit on stage about the role that public perception has when it comes to AI, and I'm curious to hear from both of you. I know your positions aren't, chief evangelist, but obviously the public's trust in the product, seeing what AI can do for them is critical to what you're doing. So how do you think about, just kind of pushing out there the ability for people to see how your products can work for them, how they engage with AI, and the role that plays in furthering the whole field?
Yeah,
you have a very visible physical world application here. So
So I think there's a huge burden of proof on us to earn that trust, and that's why our company's mission is to be the world's most trusted driver, and that trust is safety first. I mean, that's probably the biggest part of the trust factor, but it goes beyond that too. There's a societal trust that we need to earn as well, that says, okay, this is going to be pretty revolutionary. So not only do we need to feel comfortable that this is safer than a human driver, we believe that it is today and that it's only getting better each day. But beyond that, how are you going to interplay with human-driven professions? How are you going to interact with public transit? How are you going to help alleviate congestion, or at least not contribute to it in some of these cities? So there's a lot of knock-on effects that we need to address as an industry, and we're working to do that. We think that the net contribution here of potentially reducing by upwards of 90% serious injuries in collisions is a very worthy mission to then, once we achieve that, go say, okay, we will work together with government and with civic society to make sure that these other interests are taken care of as well. But the faster we can do it, the faster we can help keep people safe on the roads. And so that's our driving force at the company, which is safety first. And let me give you an example that we've already seen. So the AI-powered anticipation within our systems is so much better at intersections that we've seen a 90% reduction in intersection collisions compared to human-driven cars. So already we're seeing tremendous gains.
Those numbers are even better when compared to a 16-year-old, right?
Yeah.
I would assume. Leah, I want to make sure to hear from you as well. How are you thinking about this?
Well, I think it's clear, based upon what I shared earlier, that trust is at the very foundation of what we do at Box. What we are thinking about is privacy by design, security by design, making sure that the controls are at the admin, the administrator's fingertips, to make sure they are making the decision. We are not making the decision around control, permission setting, et cetera, which content exactly is being applied when AI agent is making a decision, but instead the admin can make those controls. They can then customize those agents in a way that would be most beneficial to their organization. They can allow additional transparency, or rather we're providing additional transparency because it's important to our customers to have an understanding of what models are integrated into our product offering. And then even further, our testing on that model, so testing on the RAG to ensure reliability and the prevention of hallucinations, or the prevention of when an AI agent comes in, a third party, that they're not bringing with it malware or ransomware, et cetera. So that is part of our testing and controls that we do rigorously before we would GA or make generally available any type of product offering that we're putting on the marketplace and making available to our customers, which is our highest goal.
Well, Justin, Leah, thank you so much for being here with us. Maybe there's some kind of product integration down the road. You'll be in a Waymo accessing your content from the dashboard or something, right? In a flying car someday, an autonomous flying car. So thank you so much. Pleasure speaking with you both.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Julia Shapiro back to the stage in conversation with Congressman Ted Lieu, Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus and member of the House AI Caucus. He has been an early pioneer of AI in Congress. Welcome.
Well, thank you for being here, Congressman. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Julia.
So, just about 3 years ago, OpenAI released ChatGPT, and it was the first introduction, I think, for a lot of Americans to the concept of AI. What do you think has changed since then? And do you think Congress has a better understanding of AI, 3 years later?
Well, thank you for your question, and thank you for the Hill for doing this program. I'm going to be voting on the floor of the House of Representatives later today, so I just want to first say how thrilled I am to now be with normal, rational, kind people. So we did the bipartisan AI task force report, of which I was one of the co-leads. And at the time, we didn't talk a lot about AI agents because they weren't really a thing. Now they're sort of a thing. So you have this AI development that's progressing at a breakneck speed. So as you noted, it was only less than 3 years ago that ChatGPT sort of was released worldwide. And we've seen a huge advance in AI in all different areas. It's not clear to me that Congress has done very much at all. So that's where we are right now.
And you mentioned you were co-chair of that bipartisan AI task force. What were some of the areas of, bipartisan agreement on AI when you were, working in that task force? And what are some of those big gaps that you noticed?
So task force composed of 12 Democrats, 12 Republicans. My co-lead was Jay Obernolte, and all members signed on to the task force report, of which there were over 80 bipartisan recommendations, a number of which of those recommendations can be turned into legislation. Instead, I'm going to tell you what I discern to be the Trump and Republican plan. Sell high-performance AI chips to China, impose government ownership requirements and revenue sharing on tech companies, prevent AI legislation from being voted on in Congress, and then try to suppress states from doing their own regulations on AI. So my view is this head in the sand approach where we're just going to ignore everything and also ignore the task force recommendations does not serve America well.
On that topic, have you found some areas that you've been able to work with your colleagues on the other side of the aisle, even though we've seen some different priorities from the Trump administration on AI?
I have. So one of my first principles is let's first not have AI kill us all. So last term, I got a provision into the National Defense Authorization Act. There are weapon systems that launch automatically. And my provision basically says we're just not going to let AI ever launch a nuclear weapon by itself. There's got to be a human in the loop. So you might want to think about, well, what other use cases might we want to mandate meaningful human control or human in the loop?
So you've previously identified as a congressman who codes. How do you think that's influenced how you're approaching legislating on AI and maybe how you're approaching it differently from some of your other colleagues who don't have this technical background?
So let me just first say members of Congress are generalists. So for example, I don't really understand how a Boeing 737 flies, but I voted on FAA authorization as well as every other member of Congress. So you don't have to sort of understand the technical details of every subject you're working on to be able to vote on that subject, as long as you sort of understand sort of the goals of the bill, the drawbacks, the benefits, and so on. Now, having said that, I think it is helpful to, by the way, I'm a recovering computer science major, so I think it's helpful to have done coding and gotten a computer science degree because I can read technical articles, I think, more easily. And it's also very clear to me, even before large language models descended on the scene, that computers are very complicated. Many pieces of software already have bugs in them. And then now there's a whole order of magnitude with large language models because at a very basic fundamental level, we don't understand how they work. We don't know how they get from the question to the answer. It's so complicated what they're doing, we can't actually trace it. And I think it's helpful for people to just understand that basic fact.
And I feel like a hot topic as of late in Washington has been this idea of federal preemption of state AI laws. There was a push to include it in the NDAA, that big defense bill, and it seems like as of last night it wasn't going to be in that legislation, but there's still a lot of interest from the administration and some of your Republican colleagues for that kind of legislation. How do you think Congress should approach that sort of tension between state and federal AI efforts?
So the Trump White House, with some in the tech industry earlier this year, tried to put in a moratorium on states from regulating for 10 years. Just anecdotally, I've heard that even Trump himself thought that was crazy. That provision lost 99-1. I've never really seen an idea lose that badly in the US Senate. So what do? They try it again. And they're trying to put it into NDAA. I letter with Congresswoman Doris Matsui to basically the leadership of the Armed Services Committees on both chambers saying, please do not do this. It looks like it's not going to get in, so we'll see when they release the final text. And I think there's bipartisan support for having sensible guardrails on AI, and personally, I'm fine with preemption if there is a reasonable federal standard, but I'm just not going to preempt with nothing. And that is what the Trump White House and some in the tech industry repeatedly want, to preempt with nothing. And they failed the first time. If they fail the second time, hopefully they've learned their lesson, but we'll see.
As you mentioned, Congress hasn't done a ton on regulating AI quite yet. What do you hope to see in the next year? What do you think is realistic? And could you give us a sense of maybe, do you imagine a big federal framework, or is it a bunch of different pieces of legislation attacking different, impacts of AI?
So there have been a number of pieces of legislation introduced in Congress that have had bipartisan support. And so I'm working on a bill that takes all the various bills that have had bipartisan support to put into one big bill and see if we can get that passed in a Republican-controlled House, Senate, and White House. Separately, I'm also working on testing and disclosure legislation, which I think is important for transparency and for the public to know what's happening with these large language models.
AI has continued to develop very rapidly, and it's continuing to change every day. What keeps you up at night, and really has you worried about the future of AI, and what excites you most about what AI can do for society?
I think AI has done and will continue to do wondrous things for a lot of different sectors in society. In the healthcare field, I am not an expert in protein folding of human proteins, but it's my understanding it used to take a PhD 4 or 5 years to explain how to fold one human protein, and AI has now done it for pretty much all the millions of human proteins and then given that out to researchers. So you're just going to see more rapid advancements in the medical field. At the same time, we saw today, there was another bad jobs report. ADP reported a loss of 32,000 jobs in the private sector. Expectations was there was going to be a net gain in jobs in private sector. And if you read various articles on why there's been really bad job numbers for the last few months, part of it is tariffs and other stupid things the Trump administration is doing. But part of it, they do say is, look, AI may actually now be having an effect. And you have essentially companies either not hiring or figuring out, hey, we can do this task with 9 people instead of 10. And you see college graduates' job numbers also decline sort of below the average of job declinations, which is somewhat unusual, and people are also attributing that perhaps to AI. So that does cause me to lose sleep, because what happens when you have, with every passing month, more and more people who have skills society no longer needs.
And anything that makes you hopeful about AI and the future of AI?
I do think it will result in more medical cures quicker. I think it will make a number of companies more efficient. I think, well, I guess if you want to be lazy at school and you want to have an essay written for you, they can hand you a college professor, you can do that. But it is, perhaps the best analogy is, imagine if all of a sudden someone said, hey, we're just going to create 1 trillion people that are going to help you, mostly for free. What does that do, right, to the economy? And that is what AI is like, because most people can access some of the most powerful AI technology largely for free, or they can pay a little amount and get an even better version of that technology. And that's anyone sort of in the world that has access to the internet can then access this AI.
Going back to the jobs conversation, you've mentioned those concerns, and I think there's been a lot of speculation about what AI is going to mean for the job market. We've seen some very differing, projections about what it could mean. It'll displace a lot of entry-level white-collar workers, and maybe it won't have a major impact. What role do you see Congress playing in addressing those concerns and how AI could disrupt the job market?
So these concerns are far broader than technology or AI regulation. It has to deal with labor and workforce, skills retraining, investments sort of in communities, educational attainment. So these are far broader issues. And again, the approach of the Trump White House and Republicans is just to stick their heads in the sand while job losses continue to mount. It is also pretty clear to me there is a differential between how quickly these large language models are progressing and how quickly robotics is progressing. So I think it's going to be a very long time before a robot shows up at your home to unclog your toilet. And so there is this interesting situation where I think a lot of skills, trades, are going to be much more in demand. Welders, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, and so on. And people with college degrees in computer science, which our younger son is sort of looking at right now, maybe they want to like study something else like philosophy. I'm kidding about the philosophy. I almost want to be a philosophy major, but I realize there's no job market for that either. But yeah.
Do you think that there is anything that Congress can take from what states are doing right now on AI? I mean, it seems like they've been moving on a lot of these issues, particularly the AI chatbot issue that has brought up a lot of concerns about kid safety.
Right.
So what is there anything to learn from the states?
Yeah, so if Trump and some of the tech sector and Republicans want to do nothing on protecting kids, guess what? States are going to do that. I'm also very aware that having 17 states impose their own regulations on large language models is stupid. But in the absence of having any federal standard, I'm going to let states do this because we do need these protections to happen. I just think it should happen at a federal level. And hopefully, if the Trump administration and some of the tech industry lose twice on this issue, maybe they might just try talking to rank and file members of Congress and try having a federal standard. That would be a much more sensible way to go about it.
And what do you think might be areas that you all in Congress could work with the Trump administration? You know, like what is the easiest sort of issues in the whole AI sphere that you guys could tackle and be on the same page as the administration?
So again, there were over 80 bipartisan recommendations from the task force report. So let me just point out an issue that has gotten bipartisan support I think you should think about, and that has to do with who has access to these frontier AI models. So imagine if you were a physicist doing cutting edge physics and you want to do your experiment at a particle accelerator, and every particle accelerator was owned by one of 5 private sector companies. Would we have a problem with that? I think we might, because it would mean that government would have no access to it, or academics, unless a private sector company chooses to allow that to happen. And that's what we have right now with these frontier AI models. So literally no one in the Department of Defense or at a university or college has access to a frontier large language model unless the private sector company decides to let them have access. And there is something called a National AI Research Resource that tries to at least provide some of this compute power to folks who are not in the private sector. And I think that's something that has bipartisan support. It's also sort of, I think, needed because it's not the fault of the tech companies that they happen to own all these frontier large language models. That's the situation we're in. I think we need to try to do something to give people who aren't part of these private sector companies access to these models.
Okay, well, we're right about at the end of the summit here. So any closing thoughts that you want to leave the audience with about the future of AI and AI regulation here on the Hill?
So many of you are going to experience AI in the form of a product. You don't have to know how to write a large language model, what's even in it, how it works. But what you might want to do is, if you're at a company, have a series of questions to ask about that product. Like, what kind of data did you use? How did you train it? What are some of the drawbacks or benefits and risks of this model? So those are things I would think about if you're in the private sector and you're looking at buying some AI product.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Congressman.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just that one. Okay, and let's welcome back our host, Michal Levram, to close out the program.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you to The Hill and to all of our speakers this morning, our viewers at home and work, and thank you to our sponsors, Aurora and Climate Power. Of course, thank you to all of you in the room here. I want to encourage you to stay for lunch, which Climate Power has graciously provided for all of our attendees. So please come by and say hi. If you missed any of the portions of today's events, the full event video is going to be available on thehill.com. Thank you again to all of you, and have a great day.
Thank you.